Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. Happy Saturday to all of you. I know, time flies. It's our Aimee Stewart SAL Saturday. And yes, I hope you're ready for a spot of stitching with Yogi, okay? And I miss you guys. And so today, Saturday is our Aimee Stewart SAL. So I'm coming back to this piece, okay? It's been a little while, this one. And pie stitching today. Yes, pie stitching Saturday. This is going to be. It's going to be so delicious and wholesome, and I'm curious about what you're working on today. Okay, so this piece is called. What is it called? Oh, a vintage baker. It's been a little while. Vintage baker, and it's by Aimee Stewart, of course. Let me show you the marker. There you go. Absolutely, it's just so fun and so delightful, and it's full of delicious foods and also a lot of baking accessories. I'm a king baker myself. I have to confess, I have not baked a single thing for maybe for a few months now, but whenever I can, I try to bake something, some biscuits. Maybe sometimes when I'm brave, I would try to bake a loaf of bread. Okay. Well, I think next thing I'm going to do is try to find a good banana bread recipe. And so I've got a lot of leftover bananas frozen in my freezer. So that will be my next project. But today, I'm gonna be stitching some pies, okay? And there you go. So this piece is for if you're keen on baking and if you love stitching yummy things. There's another chart by Aimee Stewart. It's called Retro. I think it's called Retro Baker. Similar theme, but it looks even more retro because it's retro baker. Okay, vintage and retro, I don't know the difference, but I prefer this piece. But the other one is quite pretty as well, and you can look it up. And I'm stitching full size. I think this one is regular colors. I'm not aware this one's got max color, but I'm very, very happy with the regular color. So let me show you my progress here. So this project I have been working on for a little bit, maybe around the same length. I'm trying to think, maybe similar to Little Cake Shop. In fact, I think I probably stitched this one after Little Cake Shop because it was so confetti. So I was looking for something a little bit straightforward. So I went for this one, and I think at that time, at least, it was only available for some regular colors. So it was a nice release, and also just to look at the pattern is absolutely beautiful. So many interesting projects, sort of objects to stitch. And currently, let me show you my progress with this piece. Okay, it's been a little bit since I stitched last time. Currently, I'm just slightly under 10%. Even though I have to say that the stitch count isn't super up to date because at one point, okay, maybe sometime last year, I erased the entire chart. So I transitioned from Pattern Keeper quite a while back, and then I erased the Saga chart. That sounds familiar. Did I do it for another project as well? But this one happened without my knowledge. I just didn't know that entire chart disappeared from my Saga. So I don't know what happened, okay? And so I had to mark everything all over again. So the stitches are not totally up to date, but roughly under 10%. And this color, no, this project is regular color, so 90 colors, okay, quite standard. And I'm going to start a new spread right in front of you guys. I'm doing it, okay? And I remember today, all right, so this is going to capture every single stitch I'm going to make today. And recently I've been doing quite well. You know, Yomari sometimes take over. So who knows about today? You know, I surrender to fate. if Yomari wants to have a visit, can come for a visit. Otherwise, I'm happy just as well. So, guys, did you miss me? I missed you. So let's have a look. Who have I got here today? All my favorite people here. Ace, first to report to the chat. And hello, Ace, says hello, everyone. Great to see you. And Rajao as well. Happy Saturday. Stitching to you as well. And Daria. Oh, top three, our top three stitchers. First to report to the chat. Says hello, Yogi, stitchy friends. Happy stitchy day. Yes, every day when we stitch together is a happy stitchy day. And Brittany is here as well. Great to see you, Brittany. And I hope you're nice and relaxed today. And it's a Saturday after all. And Sola, hello, hello. And Susan, lovely Susan is here. And Lizzie is also here as well. Hello. And Grace, hello, darling. And Amanda as well says hi all. And Chrissy, the true crime junkie. Okay, me too. I'm a true crime junkie as well. And is joining us in the chat. And Lefty Gemini as well. Hello, hello. And let's have a look. Suzanne is here as well. Hello, Suzanne. And Busy Mom as well. All our star floss tubers. And, everybody's streaming as well. I'm so happy. And Elisa, hello, hello. And Catherine Ryan is here and saying hello to everyone. And Badil as well, and Chivers, hello, and Sarah VN, and Sarah VM rather, and hello to you. And let's have a look. And Sana is also here, and Suki, hello, and let's have a look. And in fact, I will come back to read the chat properly. And let's start stitching. How's that? Guys, let me know what you're stitching today. It's Aimee Stewart Day, but you're free to join in. And we have side door, back door, and you can parachute from the rooftop, okay? It's all allowed. Just join in and let's stitch together and chat. So today, my focal point, you can always tell it's normally the center part of my fabric, so on my hoop. So as I said, some stitches are not most up to date on my chart. So I am going to move quite carefully, small area at a time, and then update my stitches on the chart. If anything not matching, then I will update my chart as well. So the stitch count today is going to be, plus minus, somewhere there. It's not going to be, totally spot on, but that's just the way it goes. So today I'm going to sort of focus on the pie area on the right there. If I zoom out a little bit, just look at this. The color is just so gorgeous. And this pie is as realistic as it gets with the stitching. But I'm quite drawn to this red area as well. So I might move over here from time to time and just stitch, some red stitches here. So this is my plan today, nice and simple. And I just want to do some pie stitching. And the cherry, all three cherries are done at the center of the pies here. Really, really pleased. So today, this will be my focal point, some pastry, some jam, filling in the middle, and delicious. Okay, let's, so I'm going to do mini cross country. This chart, I think I parred a few times in the process, but mostly I'm doing mini cross country, and I'm, this whip is quite happy when I'm doing that. So I'm going to follow my instinct and start filling in stitches here. And this is a 25 count pre-gridded fabric. I'm stitching with DMC threads and 1/1 full cross. No problem there. And 780 is my first color. 780, let's have a look. Right, I need a new strand. 780, let's have a look. And 780. So I'm using my master set here. 780, it's there are going to be quite a lot of browns today. 780. Here we go. Oh, I've only got a few strands left. I might need to top it up today at some point. 780. I'm always slightly excited when I need to top up floss because it means I've been stitching it, you know, and that's quite nice. That's quite nice. So here we go. Let me just remove some of the needles here. I probably don't need this many. I don't want to lose any needles. Here we go. And I've got my needle board on my right as well. Let me zoom in. So where am I? So I know, this is how we start. Starting from this point here. And it's quite relaxing stitching food. I just love it. And, you know, you see the food taking shape. It just gets you in a good mood. And we have, let me scroll back a little bit. I don't want to miss anybody. Here we go. And we've got, oh, Busy Mom. Did I say hello to Busy Mom? Yes, I think I have. And Busy Mom, are you free today? Because today's Saturday after all. Hopefully you can join us. And so I don't have to stitch for you today. You can stitch for yourself. There you go. Alisa says, Yogi, that pie looks so real. I know, isn't it? You can see all the crusty bits, the brown bits, the most delicious bit of a pie. I know, it's so well charged, isn't it? And this is, you know, regular colors. You don't need a lot of colors to have a beautiful result. So here we go. And this chart wants to be stitched with mini cross country. It's just the way it is. And I tend to flow with what, oh, I keep pulling threads through the middle of the fabric rather than the corners. Let me try again. And I think I erased this chart entirely. It just disappeared from my saga. I don't even remember doing that. It's not like I just erased the progress. The entire chart disappeared. I was looking for it and I was wondering, where's my vintage baker? And it just wasn't there. And it was slightly earlier on, you know, my time using Saga. So from then on, I kind of, you know, make sure that I do backups because I couldn't find any backup files of this chart. So I don't know when I erased it. It can happen. I think it's about time they do cloud syncing, right? So we don't have to go through this pain whenever something disappears. You have to extract it from backups, and you know, it might take you a little while to notice that you even erase something. So if you don't keep every single copy of the backup, because sometimes I erase, you know, a few versions before, because the files are quite large. So if you erase them not knowing that something happened, and, you know, you get this. Hey, Chantel, and Walk Away as well. And Mandy Moran is also here. Great to see you guys. And Lizzie says stitching food will make me hungry, so I do not stitch food. That's the whole point. It gets your appetite and it's delicious. It doesn't make me hungry, actually. It just makes me happy. I love stitching food. Not seafood, okay? Slightly different. Brittany says, I love this one. I think this is my favorite of all your charts. Wow. I love all my charts, actually. I don't have favorite. it would pain me if I had to choose one. I love them all. And fair enough, maybe from time, at any given moment, I probably have more active charts. It doesn't mean I stop loving the other ones. It just sometimes, you feel like stitching certain charts more frequently. That happens. But I love them all. I would not have, invested my time and effort stitching something that I don't love. Why do that, right? So I have to absolutely love the chart to want to stitch it. Monique, hello, says hi. Hello, all yummy thoughts to start with today. Exactly, what a great start. I know, and the color scheme and everything is so delightful as well. All right, let's have a look. Mini cross country, so I don't want to wander too far. No, I don't want to wander too far. So I'm gonna end this right here. It requires a little bit of discipline because otherwise you just keep wandering. And these stitches, they're more likely to be incorrect. It's just the way it is. Let me find my scissors. Okay, 780. 780. Let me know what you're working on. And Alyssa says, I'm not working on Pokemon today. What? What a shocker. Alyssa says, I'm working on red peony. Oh, is that a flower thingy? Is it a stamp kit? Kind of rings a bell. And Brittany. Brittany says, I'm getting ready for a new start. No way, Brittany. Never heard that from Brittany. New start. Mini Manette's Cottage by Thomas Kincaid. Wow. I love to see it. Well, I think Thomas, have I pronounced the surname correctly? But I think his work tends to be, I'm trying to think. No, I probably got it mixed up. And I forgot to bring out my work mode. I'm not cheating, okay? I'm not trying to cheat. Okay, I'm going to keep going with this area here. I think the stitches in this area, they seem to be up to date. I have not noticed any sort of discrepancy just yet. 640. And today, it's hard to tell with the London weather. It's not particularly cool, but it's not the hottest day. So it's kind of, okay, bearable. Bearable. It's still hot, but, not impossible. Busy Mom says I'm working on my new sewing room, making some projects for this craft fair I'll be in. Oh yes, Busy Mom makes physical item products, selling on her Etsy shop. But I remember last year you went for a fair as well. I do remember, because I remember you came into the chat after you just attended a fair. That's incredible. I remember I was so impressed because, to make physical products to sell is hard work. Very, very impressed. And I am going to move over there, just a tiny stitch here. Lizzie, as usual, Lizzie doesn't know what she's going to be working on. Just pick one. Just pick one. Otherwise, Yogi would choose for you. Let the chat decide. Just name, whatever number, a range of numbers. The chat will decide for you. Grace is working on traveling library this week. Yes, I was this close on choosing that project, but this one won me over. And this one, there are only a few loose stitches, so I'm going to wander a little bit further because it just saves me some work wandering back and forth. Let me come down here. 1 and 1, 2. There. And I just noticed 3 stitches on my fabric. They're not on my chart, so I'm going to update that as well. I think when it comes to updating stitches with cross country, it's divide and conquer. If you try to do it all, like try to update all the stitches, you'll probably go nuts. But, you know, if you just do a little bit as you're stitching the area, it's a lot more doable. 640. 640 going back. And then I'm going to just quickly update my chart. So there are all across this. Okay. 1, 2, and there's another one there. Good. Suzanne says, tired tonight, just relaxing and listening. Absolutely. Yes. Put your feet up, you know. And Monique says, just saying hello to everybody. Susan is having another new start for August. Susan has DMC VNA bookmark, Golden Lily. DMC VNA, what is it? Is it a chart from DMC? VNA is the museum, Victorian and Albert Museum. So classy. Susan. Yeah, Susan's got monthly start since beginning of this year, isn't it? Very impressive. And Monique is switching between projects. I think Saturdays people have a little bit more time stitching, so maybe they're being a little bit more adventurous with their selections, you know. 434. 434. All right, let's see if everything's up to date with this color here. Okay, so let's have a look. I think there's 1 stitch incorrect. Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. It's good. Very nice. And Rachel, hello, Rachel 5288, and says, hello, Yogi, and everyone. Hope everybody's having a good day. Yes, and it's getting better. One and 2 over here. And you know, in the very beginning, because I started from upper left and I was confronted by this huge pie here, it was a little bit daunting actually, because normally I like to stitch different objects. You know, I like charts has different objects, but this chart is suddenly has a lot of different objects, but the pie is absolutely huge proportionally, you know, to the entire chart. I was thinking, well, it's going to take a long time before, you know, if I stitch a pie first, it's going to take forever before I get to any other object. So I had to kind of have a strategy and allow me to kind of just move to other objects. So instead of going diagonally, which I normally do, I decided to go sideways and give myself freedom to get to other bits because otherwise I get impatient. And Gayla, hello Gayla, great to see you. Are you stitching today? But they'll say so delicate your project is. I think they're just really nicely charted, isn't it? When it's beautifully charted, when you're stitching, and all these items, they just appear in front of your eyes. It's very satisfying. Oh, Chrissy says, I'm actually stitching vintage Baker also. Yes, I think, I think this chart only comes in regular. I don't think it's got mini. I'm not aware of it. And I'm not aware of supersize either. It's one of the hidden gems, because this chart, I don't see many people stitching it, which is quite nice. I feel like, I discover some sort of treasure. I'm very happy Chrissy is stitching it as well. Lizzie says, I do love the timer also. I know. Isn't that gorgeous? Let me zoom out a little bit. It looks so good. It looks so good. And it's got all the details here. And this is quite nice. This is a nice thing about having, objects quite large proportionally, relating to the chart, because you get the real estate to really flush out all the details. So even though, the numbers here, they're slightly blurry, but it captures the spirit of it. And I have to confess, it was very challenging to stitch. A lot of white in the middle. And I remember I was doing color completion within this circle. I was using Pattern Keeper at that time, but I was kind of just focusing on this circle, this round area, this timer, and just stitch all the colors within. Maybe I wasn't doing color completion, roughly. I just went as far as I could, within that area. And it took a little while because at the end, as you know, if you're stitching sort of color completion of, any form, at the end, you just have a lot of stitches you have to go in and find. So I had to do that, but I was so happy when it was completed. Sarah VM says, I'm working on traveling library since it's all out and ready. Yeah. If it's on the hoop, stitch it. And sometimes I have to say, even though I go through my whips every day to choose what I'm going to stitch with you, but sometimes I do it out of convenience. It happens. Because sometimes, if I choose a project that's not being framed already, not on the hoops, that means I have to, do all the preparation. And sometimes if time is short, I do just pick one that's already on the hoop. And why not? They're all lovely. Hello, Brandy. Brandy Schonenberg says, hi, Yogi and everyone. Hello to you, Brandy. Welcome back. Elisa says, I just love the Romani imaging of the traveling library. The painted beams. Yes, it's so well done, that piece. It's like wherever you turn, there, something surprising waiting for you. I know. I don't know how long it took for Aimee Stewart to complete that piece, but I can imagine a lot of work has gone into it. Guy Lane, hello, says hi Yogi and everyone. Happy stitching. Happy stitching to you, Guy Lane. What are you stitching today? Busy Mom says, I'm not working today, but I'm not stitching till later tonight. I'm sewing right now, and machine embroidery while listening. Yes, can you hear the stream when you're sewing? Because it can be quite loud, isn't it? Unless you're wearing headphones. That's the thing, you know. I dabble with sewing from time to time, but I always have to watch the time, because any time maybe past 8 o'clock, I try not to stitch. Try not to use the machine. So maybe it depends on the sewing machine, but mine can be a little bit loud. I don't want to disturb the neighbors. Catherine says, I think Yogi got lost. Really? When? I'm always lost. What do you mean? It's normal that I'm lost. Ah, Lizzie says, I'm so jealous of everyone stitching traveling library. Lizzie made a point of spelling traveling with one L. Oh, go on. I think people know what it is. But also, I was quite surprised to find, you know, Travers from Canada, they spell traveling with double L. Yes. So there you go. And Chivy says, I started birthday cake today. It's not a cake. For my birthday month start. Oh, to celebrate birthday. Yes, wonderful. It's a birthday month, is it? But not just birthday. It's a birth month. But wonderful. It's, you know, it's great to have a piece to celebrate. But does that mean that you add one piece every year? So how many birthday pieces have you got so far? Chantal says, I'm working on a dragon poster. Today is background day. Lots of blocks. Background day, that sounds terrifying. I hope they're delightful colors, not like white or black. Well, I think if I had to choose, I'll choose black. But still, I'll probably just get very bored. Hey, Rose Jackson. Lovely Rose is here. Says hello to all of you, Yogi. You're making great progress. Today I'm working on a non-full coverage stitching project, Primrose Cottage House Rules. Yes, join us. You can stitch whatever you want. Great to see you, Rose. It's always nice when Rose is saying hello, because we don't see her that frequently. I think Rose is working most, you know, during weekdays. Maybe listening, but unless you say hello, I don't really know if Rose is there. So it's great to see you are doing really well. Busy Mom says it's hard work, but I enjoy it. I bet you do, because it's no way you can keep it going if you don't enjoy it. And it's quite nice because you get to sell products that you made, right? And it becomes part of someone else's life. That's quite meaningful, I think. But it takes a lot of dedication to do it. Hey, Joyce. Hello, Joyce. Good to see you. And Clara is saying hello as well. Rachel says, I'm working on Battle, the Hey SAL project. And Joyce as well. Joyce, how is it going? The homework. Yes, Rachel, you're not alone, okay? Joyce is battling with that piece as well. I know that piece is so challenging just looking at it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. No problem with that. But it's just terrifying. Because normally if I look at a chart and decide whether I'm going to stitch it, I just mentally walk through the spots that maybe I want to start, and also mentally walk through the entire chart to see whether there are sticky points, you know, whether there are a lot of whites, whether there are a lot of background colors that I'm going to just get absolutely stuck. And Battle is meeting all the criteria. It's like pale, wishy-washy colors and, you know, like a lot of air stitching. Oh, send chills down my spine. Oh, this bit is totally not matched. This block is totally not up to date with the stitches. Let me have a look. Right, finally. It was all going really well. 1, 2, 3. Let me start from here to see what's going on here. Oh, I see. Maybe it's not too bad. I can see what's happening here. Because I've been doing cross country, so in a way, if I'm able to highlight one color at a time, I can kind of work out which ones I have done. It's doable. It's doable. It's okay. Let me just do this one first. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. So those ones done, those 2 are done, those 3 are done. Okay, fine. So I'm gonna mark these ones. 4, 3, 5. So 4, 3, 5. So here I just want to update my chart because there are quite a few stitches already been done but not marked properly. So I'm guessing they're these ones. So I think I've done this one. So today's stitch count is not going to be accurate, okay? It's kind of a rough estimate today. All right, that's looking fine. And I'm gonna come back to fill in these 2 little stitches. They're just begging for me to fill them in. A17, 817. Michelle, hello Michelle. How are you, my darling? Oh, Susan. So that one was from DMC. I'm still a little bit confused. So DMC, they create kits, stitching kits as well. I've never seen them around actually. A17. I've never seen them being sold anywhere. It's a beautiful red. Love it. Yes, the great thing about this chart is a lot of this gorgeous red colors. A lot of 666 as well, with the cherry and everything. And Carla Chalmers says, I'm starting Ocean Dweller by Unconventional Cross Stitch. Very nice. I've seen a few of their charts. They are unconventional. They're not kidding. Yes, I bet it's super interesting. And Renee says, my favorite embroidery scissors have developed a rough spot on the blade tips. Is there a way to sharpen them without ruining them? Oh, you mean like they get chipped? Right. Who knows? Anybody knows? And Tanya says, happy Saturday. I'm listening and working on the oldies. Terracotta from a Permin of Copenhagen. This is my from 90s. Did you start from the 90s? Stitching the project? Wow. Or the chart was charted in the 90s. I think you know Maggie the messmaker. It was charted nearly 30 years ago, so it was in the 90s as well sometime. Because I heard stitchers, they stitch Maggie the messmaker back in the 90s. I had no idea. You couldn't tell with charts. You don't know how long they've been around. Just one stitch here. A17. Jojo, hello Jojo. Says hello. Little late. Yes, be here on time for the class, Jojo. Jojo says I had to mow the acreage before the storm starts. I love this piece, Yogi. Beautiful details. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And I hope the storm is going to be okay where you are. Stay safe. I know this piece is just so interesting to stitch, you know. And there, for some reason, it's a little bit different from the other pieces I've got. It's just super fun. A17 I've done. And I'm going to do this little one as well. Just one stitch. That's why they've been left over, because, you know, no, just single stitch. 3A37. It's a purple. I didn't see purple coming. It's just totally random purple appearing here. 3A37. The magic of the computer software. Just random purple. 3A37. All right. Just for the one stitch, I need to get a new strand. 3A37. See? Totally random purple. Rachel says, I thought the timer was real. I had to take a closer look. I know, the magic of cross-stitching. Because I've seen charts, you know, based on paintings. And to be honest, I have to do a double take, triple take when stitchers posted them. I go, no, that's not stitch piece. That looks like a painting. Even close up. Because in strange kind of way, the little stitches, they're pixels, aren't they? So if they're composed well, you can literally create anything. You know, it creates an illusion of things looking really realistic. And there's some painting, you know, based charts. They're just so beautiful. They look like paintings. Here we go. Oh, I'm very happy. So this bit, the jammy bits, is done finally. And you can't tell there's a purple stitch in there. It just all blends in. Let me mark this one. 3A37. A3. Where are you? 37. Let me take a sip of my coffee. Sandra says aluminum foil work really great for sharpen your scissors. I think I've heard that working, but I don't know how it works. Do you literally just take a piece and then start kind of rubbing it to all the blades? Lucy, hello Lucy. Happy Saturday. Grace says, Yogi, do you plan on starting the companion pattern of traveling library? Not at this point. Not at this point. I do have both pieces. When they came out, I got them. I'm slightly kind of wondering about, you know, the long one, the Traveler's View, I think. Well, I don't know, it sounds really ambitious, but I know there is a supersize version. So guys, if you don't know, you know, Traveling Library, they actually come in 3. So Traveling Library, there are 2 companion pieces. And just in case some of you don't know, because most of you probably have seen me stitching Traveling Library, but there are 2 pieces Aimee Stewart actually created, or released rather, around roughly the same period via Heaven and Earth. And they're kind of different, from different sides, illustrating the same story, the caravan story. And I've got all 3 charts. But I think at this point, I have no plans of starting the other 2. But if I were to start a Traveler's View, I probably want the supersize, wouldn't you, Grace? Because that piece, for some reason, just feels a little bit of waste doing regular size. 3A62. 3A62. Are you stitching those ones? 3A62. And the other one, the close-up one, you know, the writer's desk. I have to be totally honest with you. I have the chart, but that piece, I'm less drawn to. I'm less drawn to. You know, but I wanted a chart because, you know, it's still, you know, it's part of the trio. But I have to say, if I had to choose which one to stitch, I'll probably try the long one, you know, the landscape one. Okay, where am I exactly? I can't find it. All right, here. I was looking at a completely wrong block. 1, 2. I'm just checking whether my stitches are up to date on the chart. I want to come in a little bit closer so you can see. Clara says today's Chivi's birthday. Oh, is it today? I thought it was sometime this month. Congratulations, happy birthday to you, Chivi's, if that's the case. Very nice. Chivi's keeping it quiet. You know, normally we get stitchers come in and go, everybody, today's my birthday, yay. We like that, don't we? Yes. Just, you know, just confess. If it's your birthday, just confess. Oh, Lizzie has finally made a decision. Lizzie says, I've chosen Dragon Virtuoso. Yes, by name. Thomas, today's about butchering people's names and chart titles. Yes, I'm very good at that. Where am I exactly? 1, 2, here. Lynn, hello Lynn, darling. Lynn says, hi Yogi, Komari. Stop it. Cheeky. And all stitches and Cynthia. And yeah, Cynthia, if you're watching, say hello. You don't have to, you know, chat necessarily if it's not comfortable to do. Just say hello so we know you're doing well and you're watching. Lynn is always have you on her mind. And great to see you, Lynn. Lynn says, Yogi, my favorite cherry pie. Yum, yum. I know. We were talking about cherries, and I can't really eat cherries because I just have funny reactions. And but I love the idea of stitching cherry pie. Yes, it's delicious, isn't it? And Ash says, hello, Yogi, and chat. And hello to you as well. I don't know how far I'm behind. Sorry, bear with me, okay? I will say hello. And from time to time, I might need to skip forward if you know, I'm so sorry. You can always say hello and wave, but I'll try to go through everybody's comments because it's so interesting to read. Alisa says, I'm also thinking about getting supersize max color doing traveling library as counted. Oh, right. Yes, there is a supersize. Of course, that's what Komari is doing, the supersize version. I've got the regular one. And Guy Lane says, stitching on my stamp, cross stitch, Sleeping Little Tiger by Mona Lisa from Dream Stitch. Right. Oh, a lot going on there, Guy Lane. Very nice. Let me double check. Have I done that one? Yes. Oh, you know, there's this lady, because you guys know that I've been doing a lot of covering recently, and so there's this lady, when because I'm teaching in the studio, I used to be a member, and I came across this lady. I've known her for, you know, a few years, because being a member there, you know, we come to the classes very often at the same time. And it's a lady, I think, if I remember correctly, when the last time we had a kind of conversation, maybe a couple of years ago, I think she's in her early 70s, and really, really fit lady, and you know, great spirit. And every time we bump into each other at the classes, and we always chatted, you know. And she told me about a little bit about her lives, and she I think she used to work in the city as well, like I did. She worked as some sort of maybe banking or something like that. So we had a lot, you know, the you know, stories to exchange, and she retired later on and focused on being an artist. So she's a painter as well, and she was showing me her artwork, etc. She paints, you know, physical paintings, and so she's very talented. A lot of, you know, life stories to share. But since I became a teacher, and I noticed, because I stopped going to classes as a student, because I started teaching there and I got busy, and so I didn't see her for I'll say a little while. And I remember when I started teaching in the studio, the first time she saw me teaching, because she didn't realize I was, you know, I became qualified and also teaching as well. So she was really impressed, and she goes, wow, so you're a teacher now? And I go, yeah. And she came to my classes a few times, okay? And that was maybe 3 years ago when I started teaching at that studio. And because the time She goes to classes, tend to be a certain time. She's a, lady of a certain age. So I didn't get to see her for a little while. The following time I bumped into her when I was teaching, she said the same thing to me. You know what I'm getting at? So the first time she realized I was teaching, of course, she was, quite happy for me. She was very surprised and all that. But a few months later, when I bumped into her again, she said the same thing to me. She looked at me and go, wow, now you're teaching. So in the beginning, I thought maybe her memory just got mixed up. Sometimes if you don't see someone for a long time, but we kind of knew each other enough that she shouldn't forget that. And then it kept happening. Every time she comes to my class, she would say hello at the door, thinking I was joining the class as a student. But when I started teaching, she would look like complete amazement, like she had no idea. She would say to me, wow, so you're teaching now? And so on and so forth. So I realized, and I spoke to a few other members, they were slightly concerned about her and noticed there's some memory issues there. And physically, she's still really fit, she's in her early 70s, and she can do most poses, and really, really flexible as well. But yesterday, I saw her again, and I nearly broke into tears, to be honest. She came in, she looked, she's very slim anyway. She was always very, very slim. And, but she looked slightly frail, and her hair, turned very gray. I mean, it could be just the fact that she colored her hair before, maybe stopped coloring. So she looks slightly different. Let me just put this back, 3A62. 3A62. And, but you know what I noticed? So she looked at me as previous times, she looked at me in amazement and go, wow, you're teaching. And this is maybe over 2 years after I told her that I became a teacher, okay? And she said exactly the same thing to me. But I also noticed when she came in, her top, she had quite a kind of light top on top of her yoga pants. That top was worn inside out. So I could see the seams and everything there. I don't know whether she was aware of it or not, but the top was inside out. And when she was practicing, so I was paying a lot of attention to her, making sure that she was okay. She was the oldest, student in that room. And definitely there was some sort of decline there. And she practiced a lot. I think she comes to daytime classes quite frequently. And but I think I definitely noticed she was struggling a little bit. And at the end of the class, she's quite a small lady. So sometimes, even in the past, when we're practicing together, at the end, I'll help her with the props. I'll help her to put the mat on the hanger and also, put her blocks away. And yesterday, I went over and offered my help as well. And she suddenly looked really, really confused. She was looking around a little bit panicky, and I was wondering what happened. She was looking for her shoes. She couldn't remember where she put her shoes. And but the thing is, there's a shoe kind of rack at the end, at the back of the room. Everybody put their shoes there before you can walk into the studio. So the shoes would be there normally if you come in, right? But she was very panicky. She was like, oh, I can't find my shoes. And someone pointed out that her shoes should be, on the shelf there, on the shoe rack. And she looked relieved and go, oh yeah, I can see them now. And it's really hard to describe this because she was so fit and full of spirit. And physically, I would say for a 70 something, she is still amazing. But I don't think her brain is keeping up because there's definitely decline. Something's going on there beyond normal. This is not just a, regular kind of forgetfulness, or whatever it is. She could not remember any conversation, but she remembered what we talked about before, maybe before the memory issues. She remembered a lot of things that we talked about. But from a certain point on, everything that we talked about, she could not remember. So, yeah. So mixed feelings, mixed feelings. I think physically she's still okay, but, I'm just thinking if you cannot remember, you can't even remember where you put your shoes, the world must be a little bit scary, right? Because you just cannot remember. But she's such a lovely, lovely lady, such a lovely lady. Yes, I'm catching up with the chat. I just had to tell that story because, every time I see her, I get worried. So, and if I don't see her for a while, because sometimes the time I'm teaching, she doesn't come to evening classes, for instance. She only does, weekdays and daytime, and so if I don't see her a little while, I would ask everybody, to see, to basically ask if she's okay. So Sola says, Yogi, that really scares me to hear as I'm in my early 70s. I have friends who is my age. I saw her last. She thought she had cataracts. She had cataract surgery that morning, but she didn't. Wow. So that's beyond just memory lost. She got confused. She actually made up certain things that happened in her life that did not. Wow, that is worrying, isn't it? 7A3, let me pick my next color. And there's nothing you can do, as people around individuals that's suffering that, because what can you do? You can't help someone to remember things. 7A3. And but I'm just so impressed that she just keeps coming to the classes. She doesn't go, well, I'm getting a bit confused maybe. I'm not even sure she's aware that she's suffering from memory loss of any kind. I'm not even sure she's aware of that. Michelle says, that's so sad, but good for her for still doing something she loves. Absolutely. She loves yoga. She loves yoga. And this is all she knows. And I don't know whether she's still painting, but, she's making sure that she comes to practice, which is tremendous. That reminds me a video I saw. I can't remember the lady's name, but she used to be quite a successful ballerina in a ballet company, and then she suffered from dementia in her later years. And I remember seeing this clip. Maybe you've come across that clip as well. It's kind of viral. She, I think her son played Swan Lake for her because she basically cannot remember most things. So she was on wheelchair and being taken care of. But the son actually played Swan Lake, which she used to dance as a principal dancer, I think. And then lo and behold, she started remembering the routines. It's like muscle memory, even though it's been so long. She remember the moves, and she starts to wave arms, and she definitely remember that. And that's quite moving. That's quite moving. Heather House says, before my dad passed, he had memory loss and didn't know who I was. So sad. I know it's a tough one, isn't it? Because some of the patients, they can be physically actually doing well, but when you cannot remember your past or the people around you, you start to disappear, don't you? Because if you can't remember who you are, you lose your identity. Because all we have, to be honest, whatever is in the past is what we remember. What we don't remember did not exist, right? You know what I mean? Because if you cannot recall something happened, it never happened. So that's why, memory loss is so hard for people around it as well, as much as the person suffering it. Lizzie says, does she have family who can come with her? That's so sad. I watched my grandmom go through dementia. She did not even remember my mom was her daughter, and she was in her 70s. I know, yes. She does. I'm not sure if she's got children, but her husband would drive her to the studio and drive her back. Because I know that because she used to talk about it quite a lot before she started to have the memory issues. I remember when we were practicing in the same class before, she would talk about, she traded the drive with her cooking. So she would cook for her husband for lunch. And I very often joke that he can, cook his own lunch. And he would go, no, but he drives me to the studio, and so it's an exchange. She kind of joked about it. And yesterday, yes, I saw the husband as well. I don't really know his face that well, but I presume that was his husband. But I'm just surprised that he didn't point out. It's delicate, isn't it? He didn't point out she was wearing the top inside out. And sometimes it's probably better not to point out. I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. And the husband seems to be in reasonable health. He looked, okay. So, but Lizzie says aging is a cruel process. Yes, that's why, every moment in time, just do the best to, keep the body in the best condition possible, because there are certain conditions we have no control over, because, dementia can happen to people younger as well, because people can lose memories for different reasons. So, for younger individuals, we probably don't call it dementia, but there, similar kind of conditions can happen as well. So, and on the same token, being a yoga teacher, I've seen people in their 70s doing really, really well, extremely strong. There's another lady, similar age, and she's in her, I think she told me she was 73. Oh, she's amazing. She looked, probably, if you didn't know, she looks about I'll say late 50s max. And she comes to the classes all the time, and she's always really, sort of just in very good spirit every single time. And she works really hard. So, where am I? Here. I've lost my track totally. 2 stitches over there. 1 stitch, that's done. And there's another one here, that's fine. Okay, here. Renee says, I wish someone would develop cure for dementia. It's so heartbreaking. I know. I think it's one of those conditions that we don't know of any kind of cure just yet. But that could change, right? Because brain is complicated. And I'm not sure if there's any sort of anything that is, well, any cure or remedy for any kind of memory related issues. I'm not sure, other than rehab, right? To try to train people to remember. I don't know how effective that is. But I felt quite privileged to be able to teach her, And Cindy says we can all we can do is be kind and look out for their welfare when around people with dementia. Yes, and it's a delicate thing as well, because if you don't know the severity, you don't want the person to feel like, their liability. You don't want to try to do too much. It's a delicate balance, but definitely, we can definitely just look out for them. 783. Sola says, my friend is aware she's slipping and is afraid. Yes, it's I'm kind of thinking, if you are aware that you are getting, kind of forgetting things and confused, it must be scary, right? So I'm kind of hoping this lady might not be aware of it at all. You know what I mean? So for her, she's, life just goes on as usual. And Brittany, yes, Brittany has seen that Swan Lake video. I know it's so moving, isn't it? Because there's somewhere in her, she remembers that, with her body, with everything, that it's the Swan Lake, the moves probably became part of her DNA. And you don't lose it. You don't lose it. Three, 776. Betty says, we lost my dad to dementia. It's awful. Yes, I think the decline of the brain, and then gradually the body goes as well. I think that just, you're just being taken away bit by bit. And this is why it's such a blessing. We can just be here and just enjoy what we love. And I think, you know, if you're able to just continue to have that space and time daily to do what you love, I think it's just great for the spirit. I think it's healthy for the body for sure. Because if the mind is healthy, the body will follow. Lynn says it's a very cruel disease. It is heartbreaking when you work with people. I used to go home sometimes and cry. Things can happen to anyone, indeed. Yes, it must be really hard if you have to look after someone like, you know, going through that process. Because you probably feel quite powerless. You know, there's so little we can do other than just, you know, making sure they're nice and safe, but nothing beyond, you know, that we know. Sola says my dad had dementia, but he was a one-time event, not progressive. He was caused by heart surgery. Had to watch anyway. Oh, really? So it can be triggered. So it's not just sort of aging related or whatever it is. It can be triggered by something like surgery. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And I think it definitely has something to do with your genes as well. Some people are probably more, you know, likely to have that if there's a family history or whatever. But I didn't know it could be triggered by other things as well. Brandy says, I fear memory loss is getting worse as mine is terrible, but mine is CPTSD related. So I don't know what it is. So it's probably some sort of medical condition. Yes, but certain level of memory loss is probably manageable, right? So the fact you're aware that you're forgetting things is probably good in some way because you can do something about it. With this lady, I'm not even sure she's aware of it. Because sometimes when people, but I can definitely see the anxiety when she cannot find things. Because to come into the studio, they give you like a wristband, and that's linked to your lockers. So you can use your wristband to unlock your the locker, the temporary locker that you can come in and pick anyone, and you just need to scan your wristband. And I remember quite a few episodes. This is probably last year or year before, and I noticed when I started to notice, you know, there may be some issues with the memories. She would go to the dressing room, looking so panicked, and because she couldn't remember which locker, because each locker has got a number. So when you scanned your wristband, it doesn't tell you on a wristband what number it is. People tend to remember because people tend to have the numbers or lockers they prefer to use. And she cannot remember. And she was running around everywhere trying to figure out where her locker was. And luckily, in the studio there was a device that you can scan your wristband. You can just touch the device and it tells you which locker it is. So I think, you know, some people just forget. That's just normal, right? But with her, she just could not remember. And I remember seeing the panic in her because she couldn't find her stuff. She's like going, where's my stuff? Where am I? Yes, I think I need to be worried because I can never find where I am. So I'm over here. It doesn't match actually. Let me see. It's here. this block over there and come back to this one. Okay, I got it. I got it. Brittany says, I don't drive either, and also trade my husband for rides places. Oh, I probably missed the previous comment. I don't know what it's about. Sola says, no one in my family has Alzheimer's. Hopefully I will not. Yes, I think, you know, there's probably no point kind of trying to worry about it, because these are not the things that you could necessarily, well, I don't know, can you prevent it? I think, you know, using the brain frequently probably helps, right? Because brain is just like rest of the body. The more you use it, the better it gets. Well, it's probably more likely to stay in a good condition. And this is why I think, you know, stitching is really nice, because there's a lot of pattern recognition that's going on. A lot, constantly. As you're stitching, you're scanning, you know, the chart, the fabric, and try to spot where you are. And that, you know, that's definitely a good training for the brain, for sure. Not saying that I'm good at it, but, you know, I do try. Hey, Nancy. Nancy says, hi, Yogi and Stitches. My sister has dementia. She's in the last stage. She doesn't even know me now. And I go to see her every week. It's very sad. Oh, I'm so sorry, Nancy. Yes, it's so hard, isn't it? If someone is suffering from other types of diseases, obviously it's really, really hard as well. But the fact that if your loved ones don't even remember who you are, it's so tough. Emotionally, it's so tough, isn't it? Yes, Heather, I was thinking the same as well. Heather says maybe the husband didn't point out the top so she wouldn't be embarrassed. Yes, I think if you you know, if anybody pointed out that she was wearing inside out, she would be so embarrassed. She would be so embarrassed. I agree. It's it's a delicate process, isn't it? Because it depends on how much intervention or help you want to offer. Sola says there's a connection between being out of shape and mental decline. Hopefully we have control over much of it. I think the entire body is connected, isn't it, Sola? And not saying that, you know, necessarily can prevent, if there's something that's totally genetic or whatever, but I'm sure, you know, the lifestyle, the, you know, physical exercise, and the state of mind as well. If you're happy and peaceful all the time, because stress is really hard. Stress can create all sorts of things for the body, and a lot of, you know, can create a lot of problems. So by being peaceful and happy and fulfilled, I think, you know, you're definitely in the right direction. It probably prevents a lot of things, a lot of diseases from happening. Lizzie says, my parents are slowing down, but they still have the majority of their faculties. Although my dad said he's starting to feel old and is the only one who can drive. And I dread the day he can no longer. Right, so he's the only driver at home. And so I presume, Lizzie, probably lives somewhere that you have to rely on driving. Do you have Uber? Just checking. But I think, you know, you pointed out a term that's very interesting. You said your dad is starting to feel old, and I think that's the key. What can we do so we don't feel old? I think that's the key. And I remember when my mom was around, we talked about it because my mom literally just did not feel old. She refused. And yes, she was taken by cancer. And it was kind of, there were events in her life, I think, now looking back, definitely probably triggered, you know, because all of us have cancer cells in the body all the time. It's part of, you know, of us. But the question would be, why does it turn into full-on cancer? And there's some studies done. They did a lot of study with breast cancer because it's one of the most popular form of cancer. So a lot of study on breast cancer. And they reckon that a lot of times, about 6 months prior to being diagnosed for a lot of women, very often there is some sort of traumatic events, some sort of life-changing things that's not positive. And so even though my mom had a lump there, according to her for years, she didn't tell anybody. She told me later on. That lump had been there for years and years. She didn't tell me. She didn't, and she was totally fine. She was very active. She kind of just, you know, kind of almost ignored it in some way, but in a good way, because she wasn't worried about it. And she just carried on as normal. And, but 6 months before, roughly, before she was, you know, she became unwell, there are a few things happen in the family. And I can totally, able to kind of connect that with a condition. And it's not that surprising, because if you're worried all the time, if you have some sort of emotional trauma, our entire body reacts to it, you know, because we're connected. It's not, mind and body is not separate. And our memory and the body is not separate. So the question would be, how do we keep our mind, you know, happy and peaceful at all times? Because we have no control over external world. Things happen when they happen. So, you know, for the longest time, for me, in my mind, it would be looking for that kind of lifestyle and also mindset, isn't it? It's about mindset, that I can stay as peaceful as I can at all times. Doesn't matter what happens. It's difficult sometimes, but it's a form of mind training, isn't it? So the next one I'm going to stitch is 3827. 3827. And I really believe that the key to a peaceful mind is not complicated. I think it's a change of mind. It can be just as simple as that. And I think yoga practice definitely helps me. And maybe teaching helps me tremendously as well, because I'm able to offer something that is to others that helps them to live peacefully as well. So it's very meaningful. Sometimes I feel so blessed after teaching a class, particularly if students feel they really enjoy the class, they feel like the days improved because of the class. It made me feel so fulfilled. You know what I mean? And there's nothing, no money can buy you that. No amount of material things is going to give you that. Heather says, I'm 77 and I still have all my marbles. Yes, Heather, definitely. And how will I know if I didn't? Yes. Well, very good question. I think a lot of people, if they have, if they're being looked after in a sort of strange kind of way, if people around them, look after an individual and never really point out the fact that someone's suffering from memory issues, maybe they're just not aware of it. I don't know. Suki says that's why we have all the webs that we we are helping our brains with the counted cross stitch. No kidding, Suki. I'm serious about it. Because as I'm stitching, and yes, most of the times I have to ask where I am, but through the process, you get your brain to keep working on looking for things, solving problems, and pattern recognition is a thing, definitely. And mind and body coordination as well, because stitching, it takes a lot of dexterity and physical sort of coordination as well. So it's an overall really good thing to do, I think. I think body in general just wants to be challenged, you know. Just like, as they say, you don't want to get too comfortable because the body stops being challenged, it stops growing. So being uncomfortable from time to time is good. Out of the comfort zone is good. One, two, three. Lynn says Yogi Glenna Jackson played a lady with dementia. She was brilliant. It was called Missing Elizabeth. I have heard of the title. I have not seen it. Maybe, yes. Sometimes movies, it's quite tough, isn't it? Because, sometimes you get too emotional. So there's certain topics I just cannot watch those movies. Like someone is going through cancer, for instance. I can't watch it because I just think about my mom and my dad as well. So yeah, I'll look it up. When I have courage, I'll probably watch it. Thank you for the suggestion, Lynn. Sola says dementia can be triggered by heart surgery because it's common to have stroke. Ah, so it's linked to stroke, right? Not just surgery per se. It can trigger stroke. So stroke can trigger dementia, does it? I didn't know that. I know if you suffer from stroke, you can lose a lot of, the bodily function, sort of memories, perhaps, and brain capabilities. I'm fudging a little bit because this bit just does not match my chart whatsoever. Yes, the fabric and the chart, they don't see eye to eye at this point. So I'm improvising a little bit. Lizzie says it's with Judi Dench. Was an amazing movie. Yes, I bet it's sad, but I bet it's a great movie with Judi Dench. Renee says my mom had an event after surgery too. She knew me, but thought she had died and was in heaven. It was about an hour before she came to herself. So she had a sort of what is it called? Out of body experience, near death experience. That's what they say. Wow. I'm glad she came back. But a lot of people, if you listen to people who have gone through that experience, a lot of them actually didn't want to come back. It's strange. They're slightly annoyed they have to come back to this complicated world. And Brandy says, childhood post-traumatic stress disorder, years worth of therapy, etc., hasn't done much to restore what I've lost. My ADHD and autism, it's a tossed up, and I will not. Well, I won't remember. Right, so memory loss because of a childhood situation. Right. But sometimes, well, I don't know your situation, but sometimes the body has a way to protect you because it might be too traumatic to remember some things. So, you know, your body is actually trying to protect you from having to go through that experience mentally over and over again by making you forget. So it's an act of love from the body, isn't it? And if you know, if you have memories that's so traumatic, the body doesn't want you to remember, maybe let it go, right? I don't know. Let it go, if possible. Heather says, my brother-in-law had heart surgery and he got out of the hospital. He had dementia. Oh, right. I didn't know that. I thought it was always either age-related or genetic. And Tarwater says, not trying to make too much light of sad situations, but it does mean that our beloved yogi could someday say, where am I? And truly not know. Well, hopefully that, you know, that day is not going to come too soon. Who knows? Could be next week, Tarwater. And she says, I heard the puzzles are good for memory work, similar to stitching does. Yes, it's a pattern recognition, it's a coordination, it's everything. I think just get the brain going, you know, whatever you do that you love. And it's a daily thing as well, because just like any form of exercise or whatever, it's not one-off. So it's just become, you know, what you do every day. And well, I have to say one more time, where am I? Because I'm just looking at my stitches. It looks nothing like what's on my chart. Okay, let me try this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Got those ones. I'm fudging all the way. It's all brown anyway. It will be okay. It's going to look, you know, delicious as a pie. Nancy says people with dementia don't like to being told. Their clothes are inside out. Her caregiver, sorry, there's some words here, I'm not sure what they are. Yes, I bet, because when the person is going through the kind of, you know, dysfunction, you don't know how much they know and how much they're not aware of. So sometimes it's a delicate dance, you know, how you offer help without making the person feel like they're a liability. Oh, Chrissy, sorry, I only got to this because Chrissy says Boogie Bingo 3827. Yes, I'm stitching it now. Excellent. I'm not too far behind. Congratulations, Chrissy. Our first spooky bingo, yeah. Oh, Joyce is doing puzzle as well. Oh, Joyce is so busy. Joyce has got the bottomless drawers full of, you know, new projects all the time. And now she's doing puzzles, jigsaw puzzles. I think jigsaw puzzles or crosswords, probably really good as well, because crosswords is all about words and language. That's a really good one as well. I think basically just challenge the body, challenge the brain every day. Ah, so stroke can actually cause the brain to malfunction. Absolutely. Yes, I can totally see that. Oh, Rachel, great to see you. Sorry, I probably missed a whole bunch of you, okay? And in order to catch up to the chat. So if I have not said hello to you, just come forward and wave and say hello. Central Plains Garden says, hi Yogi, having a bad day, so we'll be over here lurking and cross-stitching on my Luca as Central. Your day is about to get better, okay? Now you're stitching with everybody and with Yogi. Things are looking up. And Luca S, I think I've got a couple of kits from them as well, stitching kits. I think mostly from, which one was that? Dimensions, and also Lucas as well. They're quite popular with the kids. Lizzie says, sometimes I think there's a mistake in the charting. I count it, it looks right, yet when I go to put in stitches of another color, it turns out that one stitch is in the wrong place. That happens a lot to me. Yes, it's magic. It's magic. All right, let me end this thread here before I wander too far. Yes, mysterious things happen on my chart all the time. I have no explanation. 3827. Okay, I'm going to come back to the left here. Hopefully, things looking a little bit more correct here. Or maybe not. I can see stitches that don't exist on my chart already. Let me come over here. So it may not be me, because the charts and the fact, and my stitches, they don't match because the stitches not up to date. It's not me. 422. 422. Kelly, hello. Great to see you. And let me see if I can scroll back a little bit and catch up some of the comments I missed. Oh, Tracy, I just saw your comments here earlier on. Welcome. All right then, let's come over here. So from this block, and it's really hard to tell some stitches. For instance, this one, guys. Let me see if I can zoom in. So, so this is a problem with gridded fabric. So you can tell that this fabric is gridded, okay, pre-gridded. And with this color, now I zoom way in, you can tell, oh, I just noticed there's another stitch. That's not done yet. That's been marked. Hang on, let me just do that first. See, this stitch is right on top of the border, the grey border. If you don't look very carefully, which I don't, you can totally miss it and mistaken it as being stitched. You totally can. And that's the problem with pre-gridded fabric sometimes. And that one as well, that one's not on top of the border, but still, it just looks stitched from a distance. Look, if I zoom out, you probably can't tell if they're not. There are two stitches there, unstitched. So it's probably really good for your eyes as well, isn't it? We're talking about like training the coordination, the pattern recognition. It's probably great to allow the eyes to constantly needing to spot stitches, you know, that haven't been done yet. So I think cross-stitching should be recommended to everybody. From age 20, you should start cross-stitching, particularly full coverage. It's mandatory. You should prescribe that to everybody. Renee says, I'm taking a break from stitching. Already have 750 stitches today. I'm chopping veggies for a nice stir fry. Dinner later. Oh, that sounds lovely. I had some veggies earlier on as well and some tofu. And it was delicious. Nancy says, my son's friend's mum passed away. He gave my son her stitching. Oh, that's so nice. And Nancy says, but most of it's needlepoint canvases. I have not done it. Can you use floss? When you say needlepoint, do you mean they're stitched with more like yarn? Because I've got a few needlepoint projects as well, and you stitch on quite firm canvases. So Nancy's question is, can you use floss? I don't know, guys. Can you? I suppose it's more of a matter of the question of coverage, isn't it? Because in theory, yes, because needlepoint, they're stitched with 10 stitches and with quite thick yarn, or pretty much like yarn for knitting. So the coverage is quite full. I don't know. In theory, you could, but the question would be, how many strands should you be using? Would 6 be enough coverage? Janine, darling. Janine says, hello, Yogi, and been lurking for about an hour. You're saying, where am I a lot? It's worrying, isn't it? Yes, I have no idea where I am. And I have excuses. Ginny. It's either my brain stopped functioning or the fact that this chart, I'm still trying to catch up with all the discrepancies, because I did erase this chart a while back and I'm trying to catch up with all the stitches. So it can be a little bit of a struggle. So I'm trying to fix it as I go along, but you know. Ginny says, all I think about is Natty doing shots. Yes, I got to be very careful. It can be triggering for Natty. You know, she's going to hit that vodka shots again. Because the other day, you know, Natty decided it was going to be a drinking game. Whenever Yogi says, where am I? She would take a shot of vodka. She ended up taking more than 12 shots. I think that was quite conservative, wasn't it? It could have been more, because I was saying it a lot, sometimes deliberately. I know, I know. I'm so mean, aren't I? Amanda says, I'm about 1,050 stitches for the day. Yes, Amanda's in Alien Club, so, you know, we shouldn't be shocked, but I am. Amanda says, I don't usually focus on just one project per day, but I am. It's kind of interesting. Right. But that kind of stitch count is just alien level. I can't even look at it. 1, 2, 1, 2. You just casually come into the chat and go, hey, well, slow day today. I've just done 1,000. Normally I do more. But you know, you have to take it easy on Saturdays. So Amanda says, I have multiple needlepoint projects and they're done with floss as per project instructions. And I just chose floss for it. So how many strands? How much, you know, what spec would you go for? Because needlepoint, I'm sure different projects probably are different. But the ones I've got, I think according to the chat, because I was doing one of them during our members only live stream, and I think somebody said that's the normal needlepoint canvas. It's about 10 count or something like that. Is it 9? I think 10 counts. So I'm just wondering how much floss would you use to give it a decent coverage, you know. Kelly says, my needlepoint was done with wool yarn, but the newer trend is using all the fancy floss and sparkly things. You could take them into a shop and ask for advice. Well, but I can't imagine doing it with DMC. It's so expensive. Seriously. And maybe CXC. But how many strands would you use, though? I didn't know there was a trend going on there. I'm glad to hear about that. I quite enjoy needlepoint with knitting yarn because it's very satisfying. You know, you're essentially doing 10 stitches, but, you know, it feels like you're knitting. Renee says, I did a math and figured out that if I can stitch 657 stitches every day, my new project will be completed on May 25th, 2027, next year. Yes, Renee has started a new project, and 657, but that's a very specific number. How does that work? Is that the average number of stitches for you a day? But the thing is, though, in theory, that's the case, but you're going to be adding new whips. So that number is just nice to know. It's probably not going to happen unless you just stitch one project. That's it. Or maybe if you can double the number of stitches, which is quite scary. Okay, I'm not going to wonder further because I can feel that I'm starting to lose my way. I'm going to end my stitches here. 422. Rachel Morton says, for needlepoint, 6 strands is standard. Really? Is that enough? Okay, 6 strands. And she says, I believe that's what I'm using, DMC. Oh, yes, that's very, you know, what's the word? Decadent. If I want to, you know, provide enough coverage for my needlepoint with DMC, it's going to get a little bit pricey. Amanda says most projects use 6 strands. Once you separate them and put them together again, so they spread out flat and cover very well. I was thinking, because the regular, you know, if we're looking at 6 strands here, it doesn't look nearly as thick as those yarns that you use, right? Let me just pull out here. But what Amanda is saying that is that, because normally, even for 2 strands, for instance, if I do 2 strands, I don't pull out 2 strands at the same time, because the best practice is to take out 1 strand at a time, so they don't get clean together, and it provides better coverage. So Amanda is saying, pull out, you know, 6 strands individually, and then put them together. It's more fluffy that way, isn't it? Yes, I had to learn that, because in the past, if I had to stitch 2 strands, I thought, well, of course, you know, if you can take 2 at the same time, that's easier. That's less work. But it's actually not a good idea, because your stitches are going to look flatter. And also, needle points, are they always the same count? Because my needle points, if I could show you one of them, so you can do the comparison there. Okay, let me just take this one, because I've got a few that I was stitching on our members stream here. So I just want to quickly show you so we can do a comparison, because I'm not super convinced 6 strands is sufficient. As let me just come out of this mode. I just want to show you. It's an interesting question. I didn't know people want to do needlepoint with DMC, but are you doing full cross? Do you then just do like full crosses, not tent? I'm just thinking whether this, even if you've taken 6 strands separately, whether that's even enough coverage for it. I suppose if you do full cross, perhaps, because this is kind of a standard size canvas for all my needlepoint projects. Because, yeah, it doesn't look like a lot. Well, maybe this is not 6 strand. Well, maybe this one. And imagine if you do full cross over, maybe doable. Maybe doable. But if you look at the existing stitches, they're quite full, really, really full with needlepoint. Look at my cupcakes here. Right. So I like to think that 6 strands would be sufficient. Oh, but no, it's actually 12 strand, isn't it? If you do full cross, essentially, it's doubling the volume. Amanda says I'm doing Elizabeth Brayley rug in tapestry yarn. Oh, for needlepoint. She says it's going to take me 8 million years. Well, that's a very large piece there. Even I probably wouldn't, you know, need 8 million years. So it's not a special date. I'm just wondering how you you know, decile the stitch numbers daily. Oh, Renee's so organized, isn't it? But why 300 days though? Renee says she wants to finish the project in 300 days, not like a year. A year is more than 300 days. All right then, I'm gonna move forward. Let me zoom in a little bit more. And okay, 612, 612. Hello, Dolly. Hey, baby. Dolly's saying hello. Oh, is it chocolate time, Susan? Sorry, I missed that. Yes, indeed. It is a chocolate time, isn't it? Hang on. Let me just pull in this stitch first so I don't get lost. It's a chocolate time. And I think chocolate is probably really good for the brain, right? Antioxidant, dark chocolate. And it makes you happy as well. So that's good for the mood. And let's have some chocolate. Let me just do this one, and then maybe I'm going to pull it over here. Amanda says, no, there are multiple counts of canvas to do needlepoint on. Yeah, so how do you know which is which? Because needlepoints, they don't tend to tell you what count it is. And I think for some reason, all my needlepoint projects, they all come in pretty much the same size canvas and also same type of yarn, bar one that requires 3 strands. But other than that, okay then, let me just leave it here and let's have a bit of chocolate. Let's take a break. Oh, look at this. Let me zoom out. It's so cute, this piece. So much going on here. And I just want to show you the beautiful stitching. It's a labor of love, you know, particularly this one. And the cherry it's taken a little bit for me to do all 3. For the longest time, I had 2. And then this one, finally, I got it done. Yeah, chocolate time, everyone. And Michelle says, needlepoint is a very expensive hobby. Some of the fancy fibers are way more expensive than DMC, and hand-painted canvases are very, very expensive. Hand-painted canvases. I mean, they're not printed with machines. They're done by people, really. Why would they do that? Chocolate, I'm going for this one. Okay, I need to top up my chocolate stash, but currently this is what I've got. Lind chocolate, 85%. Yes, I think needlepoint kits, they're not cheap at all, because I was very lucky. I got those quite a few years ago. They've been lying around for years and years. And I think even then it wasn't cheap. But cheers, everyone. But nowadays, because I try to Google the same kits I've got, those, you know, some of them that's still being sold. And all of them, I think they're around like £80. Seriously. I think it's the material and everything else. But they're not cheap at all. Walkaway says, I did needlepoint in the 70s, sunset kits. I still have the finished pieces. Well, what I love about Yes. Let me know what you're snacking on. Okay, I'm having chocolate. Well, I love a needlepoint. Most of them are designed to be turned into either a pillow or some sort of cushion. So that's the kind of motivation that drives you from wanting to finish it, because you can turn it into a usable thing. And I like that. I like that. I mean, with cross stitching, like full coverage, I don't mind that it takes a long time because, I'm in no hurry. It takes a long time to finish a piece. So I don't mind that I can't really turn it into sort of functional items. Solar says, according to Dr. Alex's channel, he says chocolate is good for your blood pressure, but only if it's over 70% cacao. Yes, generally, when we talk about chocolate being good for the body, we're talking about like dark chocolates. We're not talking about like Mars bars or Kit Kats, because they contain so little chocolate, cacao. So generally, I want to, go over 70%. And Susan is in Black Forest tonight. Very nice. I need to get a pack of those. Delicious. Let me take a sip of my coffee. Snacking, okay? Snacking. We take snacking very seriously. And we have delicious pie here. It makes you want to snack. Rachel says, Rachel Morton, now I have to point out because we have two Rachels. Rachel Morton says, I went to a needlepoint store in my local area, and modest size project is about 400 to 500 to kit up. Oh, can you kit up yourself? I suppose probably just like cross-stitching patterns, you can probably get a canvas. I've never seen those sold anywhere. I suppose you can just buy a kit, buy a canvas. 400 to 500 to kit up? Whoa. It's nowhere near the quality of something like Chatelaine. Well, I think needlepoint, you're probably better off getting a kit, right? Because with a kit, you don't have to buy extra material. If you're kitting up yourself, you probably have to get more than you need for the project. I think even though the kits are not cheap, but I think it's probably better, cheaper in some way to get them kitted up. And Kellyanne says, I follow a lady that hand paints her canvases. I think her shop is in London. I'm so tempted to purchase one, but there's several $100s. So I've never heard of that. I didn't know people hand paint canvases. But the thing is, though, just like stamp kits, it's vital that the colors in this, well, they don't use symbols, but they use colors. The colors line up with the canvas, so it's, you don't have to kind of guess. But hand painting, hand painted canvases, wouldn't that have more sort of a human interpretation of where things should be? I never heard of that, and I can imagine it's probably not cheap. Anything that's done by a human being is probably not cheap. Wow. That's kind of a special category of canvases. And Joy says, if you want to know the count, just count. That's quite true. Joyce is always pointing out the most obvious, but the most important, most important thing. I never thought about stitch counts with needlepoint because all the kits I've got, they pretty much look identical in counts. So I just presume that if you do needlepoint, they are the same count. But sounds like it's not the case. Yes, I could just count on my choice. Thank you very much for your wisdom, Joyce. And Sarah, see you later, Sarah. VM, great to have you. Just let me have one more piece of chocolate and some coffee. I'll be back. Renee says, I have chocolate from Ghana, purchased at Trader Joe's. Is it like a supermarket? It's 70% cacao, dark chocolate with peppery notes and spicy aromas. And bitter dark chocolate. Oh, it sounds very grown up, if you know what I mean. It's spicy and peppery. Because chili and chocolate is a thing, isn't it? Janine says, I'm going to feed my whiny cat. I bet you love the cat. And then have tortellini for dinner. Snacks later. Oh, sounds nice. Pasta dinner. Adrias, hello. Says, I finally made it here. I had a fall. Oh no, Adrias. She says, I had a fall and had to get help off the floor. I'm okay, but it hurts my pride. That's, that's the best scenario. It's only your pride that's hurt. So nothing's broken, right, Andreas? Andreas says, now I'm sitting and stitching. Yes. If you care about your pride after falling off the floor, you're okay. You're okay. We're not talking about like broken bones or anything. Yes. Oh, Andreas, it's okay. We do not judge here. Your pride is intact, okay? Yes, I'm glad you're stitching. That will lift your spirit for sure. I remember the last time I fell over. It was it was quite a while ago, because it was when I was still drinking. Okay, so I have not drunk for a long time. So we're talking like a while back. I was at a bar with a friend of mine. Actually, he was kind of my ex-boyfriend. Way back, he was a Scottish guy, and we were talking, and after a few drinks you were getting a little bit happy and maybe not so balanced, and you know what happened? It wasn't me. It's not me just falling over because I was taking vodka shots. No, it was a guy, apparently, because we're standing facing the door towards the exit of the bar, and we're standing there, and behind us we weren't aware what was happening. Apparently a bouncer had to shove someone off the bar. Someone was causing problem, like harassing ladies or whatever, and the bouncer just grabbed this guy and just pushed him off toward the direction of the exit, but not realizing this guy struggled, and he basically just charged toward my direction. I don't know whether it's passively or intentionally, I don't know. And basically I was swept over and I was on the floor. I was wearing a skirt as well, so that wasn't very nice. Oh, it's funny when I think about it now. I wasn't laughing then, okay? And then because I had a few drinks, I was blaming this ex-boyfriend of mine not fending for me. I was blaming him for me falling over, being pushed by this guy. So there you go. That's your story. Drink mindfully, okay? And so that was the last time I remember that I fell over. Despite my balance and my coordination, being a yogi, well, I wasn't teaching yoga then, but I was practicing. Despite being a yogi, I wasn't able to stay on my feet. It was so really hard as well. This guy literally just threw himself over, and I had no chance. I had no chance. So it wasn't my fault, okay, guys. I didn't just fall over, protesting too much. Janine says, so I went to my mom's to stitch a bit and asked her if I could borrow her sewing machine to edge my supersize. Oh, you are, yes. Janine's doing supersize max color library of cat. That's a large piece of fabric. Um, and the mom says no. Oh, right. So she, oh, right. So she didn't, she basically goes, I don't think Janine can handle that piece of fabric. So she did it for you, Janine. Wow. You know, Janine, in some way, I'm so envious. You have a mom to sew for you. I would give anything for that. I would give anything for that. That is so sweet, though. It's a large piece of fabric. It takes ages. Well, that's why a lot of my fabric, you know, confession time, quite a lot of my newer projects, I have not done the edges because I just couldn't be bothered. So I have to get my sewing machine out and everything. So I'm yet to do that. I have not done it, okay? I have not done it for Vibrant Fusion. So everything is like out there at this moment. And there are a few more pieces like that. I need to get it done. Oh, so Trader Joe, according to Solar, is a bit of a boutique grocery store, kind of fancy. So a little bit like Whole Foods. Renee says, I think you could change the upper right of your chart, Yogi, instead of Soho Shane Cake. What? It should say Slow Stitch Yogi. Where does it say that? Is it, oh, I didn't even notice. Hang on a second. You know, I've been looking at this chart for so long, and I'm one of those people that I can't kind of just focus on the spot I'm stitching. I didn't even notice there's some writing there. Snow sheen cake. What kind of cake is that? Really, seriously, Renee, this is the first time I noticed those words. They're really big as well, but I just don't pay attention, to be honest. Particularly with words, I just filter them out for some reason. What's snow sheen cake? Is it a thing? Oh, cake flour. It's a cake flour. Let me have a look. I didn't even notice. Let me have a look at the markup here. Did not even notice what it's saying here. Snow, sheen, cake, flour. So is it a known brand, is it? Oh, my app is not my app is not updating, so I'll show you the markup. You know, upper right there. You can see it. So is it like a brand, like an old vintage brand of flour or something like that? Did not even notice. Should I change it to slow stitching? Well, just slow yogi, just slow everything. How's that? Just generally very slow human being. I think that's probably quite true. Yes, I wonder that too. And it's a strange spelling, isn't it? SNO. Snow sheen cake flour. And just one more stitch here. Heather House says, if I asked my mom to sew something, she would have said, no, you need the practice. Oh, it's tough love, isn't it? The different styles of moms. I think my mom will probably try to do it for me. But she wouldn't do it because she thinks that I wouldn't be able to do it. It would be just kind of a gesture of love. She would just do that. Okay, one more here. And I'm going to end this color here. 612 going back. Oh, is it real thing? Andrea says it's real flower. So is it still around, or is it some sort of vintage brand from the past? Interesting. Is this kind of a weird brand name, isn't it? Snow Sheen. And Sola says the flower is by Pillspy. Pillspy. I just misread it. Pillspy. What's Pillspy? Is it like a brand as well? It's a vintage type of cake flour, low in protein, to create light and fluffy baked goods. Oh, interesting. So a little bit like, you know, when you buy flours, they're different blends. They're cake. The sort of low, what is it? Low protein ones. What is it called? I forgot the terminology. I have not baked for a little bit. You see, you know what I'm talking about, bakers. The different types, the lower protein one for cake baking, and the higher ones for bread, right? The bread flour, you've got, what is it called? What's that terminology for flours? They're different types. 780. Oh, I need to start baking again. 780. They're bread flours, but they're different types, aren't they? 780. Yeah, 2 over there. Kelly says, I tripped on my flip-flop and banged on my knees and wrist. But like you, I decided it was time to stitch for the rest of the day. Has it just happened today? Dear, oh dear, stitches, stop falling over, okay? Yogi needs you here. Stop injuring yourself or being injured by horses and stuff like that. Oh, Pillsbury. Right, never heard of it. Ginny says, I was on vacation with my ex about 5 years ago, and he left me at the bar and never came back. What? He just left you there on holiday. Wow. And Janine says, so I drank too much. I don't blame you. I left the bar and got ice cream. Got to get your ice cream. Got to get some dessert, you know. And walking down the busy street. Were you in the same country? On holiday, you could be in a place you don't even know very well. That is so mean. Why would he do that? You can break up, you know, after the holiday. Dear, oh dear. But surely you share the same hotel. You have not just, you know, met up there. Or maybe you have, I don't know. And never came back. That's quite a story. Ginny. Dear, oh dear. You know, sometimes people joke about people breaking up with texts, right? So they can't even bother to break up with you face to face. They just go, bye. Which, you know, do not tell anybody, I have done before as well. But not like serious relationship. They're just some guys that you maybe dated for a few times, but it's really hard to kind of say no in the face, and also you kind of don't want to see them again. So yes, sometimes, you know, text can be very handy. Do not judge me, okay? I bet that happens to you as well. It's quite handy, you know, texts. Yes, Renee, everybody's falling over, tripping. I know. It's not even snowing, because if snowing, you can go, okay, you know, that happens from time to time. It's bored. It's sunny. Really nice outside. Renee says, when I worked at Joan Fabric, I took a bad fall one day in front of a line of about 30 customers. It was so embarrassing. Everyone gasps at once, and no one helped you. No one go, hey, you know, are you okay? They just look shocked. Yes, that can happen. But you know, once I actually saved a guy from falling. I was walking on the pavement, okay, being really, you know, flexible and really balanced as a yogi. I saw this guy from far away, and I saw him coming to me. He was walking normally until maybe about 3 steps before me. And he just tipped over, and it was split second. I just reached out my right hand and held him. It's like a Superman, you know, moment. And so he didn't fall because of me. Round of applause for Yogi. Yeah. You know, he could have, you know, planted his face and, you know, maybe broke a few things. But Yogi was there, you know. Everything was okay. He looked quite shocked because he didn't know what happened. He just realized he lost the balance, and then lo and behold, he was in my arm. He was okay. He was okay. Everything was okay. Ah, gluten. But there's a terminology, isn't there, for flowers? What is it called? Because the flowers. They're called cake flowers, and some are called bread flowers. But there is a term. Oh, in my brain, I just can't remember. Somebody knows. I bet someone in the chat knows. You know what I'm talking about. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rachel says bread flour has more gluten made from winter wheat. Really? So it's a type of wheat, not because of what they do to flour. Because all wheat has gluten. Since this is obvious from Yogi, and yours eggs are dangerous. I know. Well, my ex, well, he was innocent because he was just there talking to me. He didn't see this guy coming behind me. But things like that can happen at bars. It's just the way it is. Rachel says, I had serious relationship. Boyfriend break up with me on text on Valentine's Day. Oh my God, this is so truly injuries. Oh, that's just bad form, isn't it? Yes, he's not a gentleman for sure. That is bad. But a lot of people break up at Valentine's or before Valentine's and or before Christmas. A lot of festive days, people break up because that that's kind of the times of the year they have to think about where things are going. You know what I mean? You have to go, well, do I want to spend the next Valentine or the next Christmas with this person? When you start making plans, that's when people go, well, maybe see you later, and send you a text. Or maybe it's from you, right? Maybe you just go, well, I enjoyed last Christmas, but let's just keep it that way. So Valentine's in particular is very dangerous. And also people have very high expectations on, how the Valentine should be or how Christmas should be, and things like that can break up people because, maybe that's the time you realize this person has totally different values from me, in terms of what is important in life. If someone just kind of constantly hinting on you that they need some sort of expensive gifts, and you just go, well, maybe it's not for me. Jeannie, what do you mean? So this guy walked away from you on holiday at the bar and you still went on for 1 month after that. How does it work? How do you not just throw this guy out of the door? Like right away. We have standards, ladies. So can someone tell me that term for different types of flours based on protein levels, gluten levels? Because I'm just struggling to think of that term. There are different types. You know what I mean? Yes. Let me see if I can make this bit work. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Rachel says this was back in 2009. Oh, people have text then, didn't they? I can't remember. Rachel says, I went out with a friend to celebrate a new job at the time. We went to a bar. She met a guy at the bar and left with him. What? And left me there by myself. Okay, so it's not like, so it's a different event. Okay, not the guy sending you a text on Valentine's Day. Some friends do that, okay? You go to a bar, maybe both of you are looking for a little bit of action, right? And she found it. She found this guy, the hot guy, and they hit it off. And they go, well, maybe Rachel, I'll catch you later. Busy. And she doesn't call for 3 weeks because she's just too busy with this guy. And then they break up and suddenly this guy, this friend is coming back to your life and go, hey, Rachel, how have you been? Oh, I missed you, and let's catch up. So now she's single again. She wants to be your friend again. We're friends like that. We're friends like that. Michelle says, I've never broken up with someone over text. It didn't exist back then. Did they write a letter or at least a phone call, Michelle? And Michelle says, no cell phones, no texting, no email. My husband and I have been together for 36 years. So that's the trick. If you don't have phones, no phone call, no cell phone, a landline is a little bit of, a bit of a hassle. And no emails. So you can't break up. Maybe that's the secret of relationship. Just make it really hard to break up. If you don't have text, you can't break up over text, okay? is technically cannot be done. So that's the key to a beautiful relationship. 780. 36 beautiful years. Wonderful. Rachel has many dating stories. Rachel Morton says that that wasn't the end. I was on dating website. The next year, in 2010, I matched with the same guy. What? So he was on the dating site again. Did you meet on the dating site, or you just both of you happened to be looking for a date? And you went out one more time. What? Did I read it wrong? You matched on a dating site. You didn't go out with him again, Rachel? Yes, Susan, they don't want to buy a present. But imagine if you're a guy and you have a girlfriend, like a gold digger girlfriend, and just keep hinting at you of buying a diamond or something, then you know, it's not gonna work out. We're not talking about like buying someone I don't know, something practical, like a pair of socks for Christmas. 729. 729. Michelle says, I have a very good husband, not trading him for anything. Oh, that is quite remarkable. After 30-something years, you will not trade him for anything. Excellent. Someone is raising the fire alarm. Who are you? Show yourself. Yes, I want to know what is going on here. I think everything's going well. Yeah, roughly. There's some stitches a little bit iffy. There's some stitches here. They're on my fabric. Well, they're not stitched, but they're not shown on my fabric. I don't know what they are. I'm trying to ignore them. Where am I exactly? Why does it look like this? Here. All-purpose flower. Kelly says all-purpose. And what are the non-all-purpose flowers? I remember there's a term. Like, yes, all-purpose flowers, you can probably have a kind of mid-range level of gluten that you can, it's kind of, you can use it for cake making, you can use it for bread. Maybe you need to add more yeast or something like that. But isn't there a term? I think all-purpose is one of them. But aren't they? Oh, they're different strengths, isn't it? Like a strong. Isn't there a kind of a spectrum, like a strong flower versus something else? I just cannot remember on top of my head, and I probably just need to do some jigsaw puzzles. Heather says, if you break up before a holiday, you don't have to buy a gift. Yes, that's the upside. You just save all the hassle. And might as well before than after, right? Imagine if you spend the holiday with people who really don't want to be, you don't want to be with. That's a waste of a holiday, isn't it? Why is it not matching? I can't make it work. Okay, the red bit is down here. I'm going to move over to the left, actually, because I cannot find it. And here is 729. Instead of a struggle with it, 729. Oh, there is a terminology, I'm sure. Rachel says pastry. No, there's a word to describe how much protein content it is. So all purpose is general purpose, right? But there's a term. Oh my God, my brain is struggling. I need to start baking right away. Okay, 9:50. 9:50. Because when you go to supermarkets, there will be different kinds. It's 9:50. Oh, the saga is not updating. Yes, it's been stuck for a little bit. Let me see if I can do something about it. Yes, I did notice when I tried to show the thing. It's become a pattern. My saga just freezes because it doesn't know what to do anymore because the stitches just don't match. I just reconnected it. Let's see if it works. Yes, it works for now. Yes, I'm, it's probably better you don't see it because you'll probably have a panic attack because they don't really match fully. Ginny says I was with him for 10 years. What? The guy who left you at a bar? You together for 10 years, he turned to drugs, and unfortunately I was always felt like could help him. But if a drug addict doesn't want help, they won't take it. No, you can't fix somebody. Yes, it's very common, isn't it? You want to fix somebody or change somebody, do not do that. You're wasting your time and you're going to be left disappointed. I know it's easy to say. Sometimes you fall for somebody, you just think, oh, all he has to do is being with me, or we'll be fine. No. Particularly with addiction, you absolutely cannot fix for the person. No, it doesn't work like that. Because if somebody can just stop someone from being stop somebody from addiction, then addiction is not a problem. Because everybody's got maybe loved ones or whatever. They'll go, well, all you have to do is stop doing this. Stop drinking, stop smoking, stop gambling. And, then everybody just change their ways. No, it doesn't work like that. Yes, but everything happened for a reason, Ginny. That's why now you have the lovely husband that you have now, who loves Walmart. Everything happened for a reason. Two stitches here. Amanda says, strong. Regarding flour, okay, I'm trying to remember the terminology. Strong, weak, hard, soft. They aren't terms to use in the US. We use all-purpose. Yes, I'm pretty sure there's a term. So there's strong, but what is the reverse of that? Is it just plain flour? Oh, maybe it's just plain flour. So plain flour, I think, I don't know whether it's different from all-purpose flour, because sometimes you can see plain flour and strong flour for sure. Strong flour is for baking bread. I've never heard the term weak flour or hard flour. No, I think it's strong versus plain. And I'm sure there's not a term for the middle range. Oh, yes. I don't know whether it's British or is it universal. And thank you, Amanda. for Googling it. Rachel said the fire alarm was my cat stepping on the laptop. You're kidding. So Rachel's cats are raising fire alarms in the chat. Maybe they're trying to say something. Maybe they spotted my stitches just do not match. That's hilarious. I was thinking, who is raising the fire alarm? I think the kitty is trying to send a message. Sue Page, hello. In New Zealand, we call bread flour high-grade flour. Oh, I've never heard that term on a package here. Never seen that. I'm pretty sure there is plain flour, there's cake flour, all-purpose, and I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure there is a kind of terminology for the strength of maybe the gluten content, protein content. It's been a little while. Yes, strong flour is UK term because strong flour, they're generally bread flours and depends on the brand. Some of them are called bread flours. Ginny says, time and a whole lot of money trying to help someone with addiction. I was totally labeled an enabler and was even a bit after we parted. Yes, it's not fair, but yes. Some people might look at it that way, but addiction is complicated, right? That's why it's hard to stop. And relationship, the dynamic between two people is complicated as well. You know, sometimes people come together because of problems. So, you know, that's a kind of different kind of bond. Whether that's healthy or not is hard to say because people can, you know, bond with each other for different reasons. Yeah. And some people think that you can fix another person to try to save them. And I think we've probably all been there. Maybe, you know, it may not be addiction necessarily, but sometimes it's just that, you know, some people, maybe there's some flaws or, you know, maybe someone is always a playboy, but you think, well, you know, he's going to settle down with me, that kind of stuff. But Dale says, thank you for the evening. Now clock soon 12 midnight, 12:30. Yes, 9:09, Badil. I think Badil is 1 hour ahead of UK. And sweet dream, and great to have you as a company. And 9:09, and see you soon. Self-raising flour, that's one of them, Suki. Yes, self-raising flour, that's one of them. Yes, I think we probably have captured most types of flour. Yes, self-raising flour. What is self-raising flour? Is that containing yeast? Is that or baking powder or something? Yes, self-raising flour is normally for cakes or biscuits. You know, maybe then with self-raising flours, you don't have to add baking powder, maybe. Yes, that's it. That's one of them. Self-raising, plain flour, strong flour, or bread flour, or something like that. Yes, self-raising flour is one of them. Heather House says, poor Hollywood refers to strong flour when it's making bread. Yes, strong flour is sometimes is called bread flour. And self-raising is kind of maybe a shortcut kind of flour, because then you don't have to add. I think it's probably baking powder. I'm guessing. I can't remember now. So sometimes on the recipe, it would tell you what type of flour to get. 950. Alandria, hello. Good to see you. Are you well? Cake flour. Yes, Mickey Moo. Yes, cake flour is kind of low protein flour for maybe biscuits or cakes. Really, it's cake flour. That's it. And I'm going to go for 3856. 3856. Sue Page says the wheat grain that flour is made from comes in strong and soft grades, and they're less protein in the soft grade grain. So basically they're different types of grain, because I thought they all flour, they basically are identical, and they do something to adjust the amount of protein. So that's not the case. They're literally just different types of grain. So I wonder if they're just naturally higher in protein and lower in some of them, or maybe they're grown that way, you know. They try to, I don't know, modify them to make them one way or the other. Ah, that's right. Yes, Heather says self-raising flour with baking powder in it. That rings a bell. Yes, it's all coming back now. Yes, self-raising, sometimes the recipes will go, if you're using self-raising flour, then maybe you add less baking powder, because it's self-raising. That makes sense. But it's not for bread baking. It's more of for biscuits and cakes. See you later, Renee. And have a lovely, lovely Saturday, whatever is the remaining of the day. See you later. Alandra says, I'm okay. Had a very busy 10 days since the summer holiday starts. My fibro is kicking me in the behind today. Oh, I'm so sorry. And she says, but I'm good. How are you? How are the chat? Yes, the chat is chat. As well, there are a couple of stitches they fell off. Okay, they fell over and mildly injure their own pride. But other than that, I think we're generally, you know, we're doing very well. The pride can probably recover a little bit quicker than broken bones. And Joyce, 99 Joyce, and really good to see you. And sweet dreams. Kelly says, depending on what you're making, you should choose a higher gluten content flour. Yes, the thing is though, can you in theory using bread flour to create cakes? Does that mean the cakes are going to come out more bread-like, I wonder. Because the gluten, the protein content is important, but also the yeast as well, isn't it? If you don't add yeast for bread, for cakes, you don't add yeast for cakes, surely. Yeah, I think generally you can probably use any type. Maybe they just come out slightly different in texture, but they're not like totally different. You know what I mean? Heather says cake flour is also milk to be finer texture. Ah, because you need to make it more fluffy. Hmm. And Sue Page says, I work in an agriculture business. There's specific variety of wheat grown for different purposes. They need different growing conditions too. Interesting. I never knew that. I thought flour is just flour, and they, you know, they did something to the protein level. So are the grains natural in the sense that they're just naturally, contain more gluten than others, or something, happen during the growing process? I never thought about that. Never thought about that. And I'm pretty sure their recipes, they probably ask you to blend different types as well, because it's all about creating the texture you want, isn't it? It's my saga updating. Oh, the saga stopped again. I'm marking them, okay, I promise. But it's probably for the better, because I'm doing a little bit of improv here. It'll probably give some stitches heart attack. And I'm not sure it's my computer. I'm not sure. I don't think it's my computer. I think it's probably my iPad. It's just refusing to connect. Heather says you can use all-purpose flour for cakes. Is usually slightly heavier. Okay, so all-purpose, I'm guessing, is probably mid-range level of gluten. So it can go, one way to bread and the other way to cakes. I'm sure they just all turn out okay and delicious. Because some cakes are more fluffy and some are denser, so it probably doesn't matter. Kelly says, I leave the science up to Betty Crocker. Who's Betty Crocker? A baker? Yes, baking is science. Baking is definitely science, because cooking is alchemy, right? Cooking, general cooking, you can kind of improvise a little bit, you can change it up, you can tweak it. But baking, you really need to follow the rules, because it's science. Baking is science. Janine, are you listening? With your with your cookie exchange situation, you need to take notes. Baking is science. You can't just, you know, do whatever you want. Oh, Heather. Heather says, I was a pastry chef during my working life and never baked anymore. Been there, done that. You're kidding, Heather? So Heather is a professional baker. Wow. So you know what you know what you were talking about. And pastry is really hard as well, isn't it? I mean, short crust I can just about manage, but anything puffy, oh my goodness. It's like croissant, never attempted. That was just too difficult. You know, my croissant probably come out like bricks. But pastry in general is quite advanced. And the other day I was watching this a few videos. You know what YouTube is like. If you watch one of certain topic, they just serve everything about that topic for you for the next 10 days. And I was watching someone like a real baker, professional baker, like, you know, from bakery, and they have to wake up really, really early in the morning. But it just seems an overwhelming number of different types of stuff they bake in one day. Just one day, they do like, God knows, 50 different bread. I don't even know how you do that. And they have to, you know, do it every single day and before the shop opens. That is because normally for me, just to bake one loaf of bread, it probably takes me 3 hours. So I don't know how they do it. Mickey Mew says cake flour also has cornstarch. Really? Oh, so it's a blend. So it's not just protein level because cornstarch is sticky, right? So why would they do that then? Because cornstarch sometimes is being used to bind things, just like gluten. So is it just to create different texture? Because cake flour is probably slightly lower in gluten, right? And they're replacing it with cornstarch. Interesting. So cornstarch is just creating like glue-like texture. Oh, hang on. Let me do one more here. Elandra says, I can cook, and I'm pretty decent cook by all accounts, but baking, that's a witchcraft. I mean, but it is witchcraft because you have to be so precise. You can't just go up and down with the quantity, you know, and you just have to stick with the numbers. It is a little bit like witchcraft. It's like a recipe, you know, you have to be very precise. Alison Rennie's here, says, evening everyone, been here all the time, but just wanted to get my stitching done. And yeah, sometimes you have to get your head down and just keep stitching. And Alison says, sugar skull shelves, a rotation done. I moved on to steampunk cat. What? 750 stitches in today. Well, yes. I mean, Alison's serious, you know. Getting the head down and just stitching 750 stitches. I'm moving on to the next project as well. She's not done yet. Great to see you, Alison. Oh, the stitches are so disciplined. They've got rotations. Whereas me, I don't even know what to call this. Just random selection, day to day. Sola says, I like dense, moist cakes with a fine grain. So, Yogi, what is the secret to that? Fine grain. I know what you mean. I'm not super crazy about sponge, like light sponge. Sometimes it can be delicious, you know, like birthday cake, kind of. But I'm a little bit like you, Sola. I like something a little bit denser. Like I like those fruit cakes, you know, slightly flaky, not spongy. I like flaky cakes, a little bit like muffins. As for the secret, I don't know. Maybe it's the moisture as well, as much as the flowers. I don't know. Heather is the baker. Heather will, you know, provide the answer, I bet. Yes, moisture in the cakes. Is it coming from fat? The type of fat you add? It's a combination of many things, isn't it? I'm just checking my stitches here. They look slightly different from my chart. I don't know what's happening here. Why does it look like this? I wonder. It's a mystery. 1, 2. I think this bit is slightly off, perhaps. Instead of 2 stitches, I've got 3 stitches. Oh, never mind. It's going to all blend in, I'm sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a pie, so it's okay. Alandra says, it's science for hungry people. Yes. A science for people who like food. Kelly says, Betty Crocker is a popular box cake mix. Oh, it's a brand. Right, I thought it was a person. Maybe it's named after a person. So box cake mix. What's a box cake mix? You mean pre-mix cake thingy, cake flour. But pre-mixed, I don't think, I may have tried it once or twice. I don't like pre-mix ingredients. But maybe it's done really well. I'm not sure. Because a lot of them just taste slightly artificial. Janine says, I'm allowed to bake. Yes. I think, you know, next time Janine wants to bake, she will probably have to apply some sort of license, you know, for health and safety to bake. And do not do it lightly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why does it look like this? Why does it, nothing matches? I don't know what's happening. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think these ones are done. Let me try again. 1, 2, 3, and 4 up. 1, 2, 3, 4 here. 1, 2, 3 here. It's all brown. It's okay. Okay, I forgot about eggs. Okay, so Sola says you have to beat the eggs and sugar together until the ribbon stage. Yes, I think for a sponge, you literally have to, you know, be able to tip over without the batter from falling. But for more moist, denser cakes, yes, ribbon stage is a very nice description. Nancy says, Yogi, will there be a quiz on all the different subjects at the end of the stitching today? Yes, there's going to be exams, okay? So watch the stream carefully. We cover many topics. You know, we went from dating random people, being left over, break up with people with text, onto the science of baking. Okay, guys, take notes, take notes. And there's going to be a monthly exam, okay? So make sure you pass with flying colors. And the chat is great because I'm distracting you from my messy stitching. Literally, I'm improvising. All right? I know it's frowned upon in the stitching world, but my saga is broken, so just as well. I can do whatever I want. You can't prove that I'm guilty. You have no evidence. Busy Mom says, I can cook, but when it comes to baking, it's a fail. Yes, and also, you know, with baking, all it takes is maybe a couple of bad experiences and people stop baking, right? Because once you know, if you try to bake bread and it doesn't rise, or you try to bake cookies and they just turn out brown, like black, then you probably stop doing it, even though the more you do it, it's supposed to get better. But I think, you know, for most people, they probably get put off by it. And I think that's because it's a science. You can't just, you know, go by feel. I think if you're very experienced baker, you probably can. You can probably improvise because you know how things work and you can tweak as you go. But for most of us, mere mortals, we can't. We have to follow the recipes really strictly. Otherwise, we're in trouble. Sue Page says there's a website called My Cake School, and they have instructions for making cakes, making cake flour from plain flour and corn flour. Right, okay, the recipes are fab. Yes, so cake flour is a blend of some corn flour. Interesting. Interesting. Yes. I think if on the top of my head, I can't remember the ratio, but you know, some people get confused with baking powder versus baking soda, and I think baking powder is baking soda and something else. I can't remember the other thing. It's a blend, and it's for cake baking specifically, and baking soda is more for kind of more crunchy foods like cookies and stuff. I think it's baking soda, and I don't know. Somebody knows. So you can, in theory, blend your own baking powder if you want to. You don't have to. There's no need. Just buy baking soda. I think it's acid, isn't it? Something acidic to make the baking soda kind of flare up. Something like that. Alandria says, I've only done 476. I want to do 1200 to get 65%, but I fell asleep in the sunspot while watching Suzanne. Well, be careful with the sunburn though. So, yes, but 1200 is a lot. I would not set myself that kind of goal. I just set myself to fail. But then I'm mere mortal. Jeanine, oh, Jeanine, the wisdom of Jeanine. Okay, Jeanine says, I know how to make cakes out of a box. Do you mean like cake mix? Or just literally baked cake out of the box? Seriously. Yes. See you later, Lizzie. Great to see you. Night. Kelly says, I think exam is only for members right now. It's for all of you. And if you don't pass, you're grounded. And Sola says, I find cookies a challenge. They always turn out crunchy. Do you not like them crunchy? Sola says, I like them soft, gooey cookies. Don't know how. I'm sure there are recipes. There are different types of recipes. I like them crunchy. Most people have the opposite problems. And my trick, if you want to make cookies, biscuits crunchy, is because sometimes there's too much moisture inside, right? And my trick would be leaving them, rather than baking them longer, you leave them at the end when you stop the oven. Just leave the biscuits in the oven for the remaining until they're cool, really. So it removes all the sort of excess moisture out of the cookies to make them crunchy. Cream of tartar, that might be it. Is that acidic? I don't know what it is, but I'm aware of the term. Yes, I think it's the acid. Sometimes with baking soda in recipes for cookies and stuff, you add a squeeze of lemon as well, because the acid is going to trigger to make the baking soda kind of, bubble up. That's my way of describing it. I don't know, something like that. So baking powder is kind of pre-mixed with acid of some kind. Could be cream of tartar, I'm not sure. Alison says, I'm good at baking, as was taught by my mom and grands, but I don't bake as I'm already that enough. I can also cook, but it's mainly just me, and I don't like cooking for one. When hubby comes, he cooks. Oh, you've got a husband that cooks. That's very nice. So you're spoiled. But he can cook and you can bake. How's that? So you can exchange. When he comes back, he has cakes and biscuits to eat. I think baking can be quite fun, whereas cooking can be fun as well, but it's more functional because we have to do, most of us anyway, have to do day to day. But cooking is kind of for special occasions because you don't have to bake. You bake because you want to. Not in Janine's case, but most people, they bake because they want to. So Sola says baking soda and vinegar. Oh, vinegar. Yes, sometimes lemon, sometimes vinegar. That's right. Yes, that's it. It's a chemical reaction, isn't it? A lot of baking is kind of trying to make things puff up and stuff like that. It's a lab science, a lab experiment. 902. Oh, I love this color. 902. (902) is a beautiful burgundy wine color. Burgundy. I see this color. I know I'm about to stitch some cherry jam, the jammy bit. Sue Page says, I love baking. It's a shame YouTube doesn't have a cookie biscuit delivery system. If it did, I'd bake something for everyone and share it around. Well, we would love that. I think technology is going to catch up at some point. At some point, we're going to have a frogging machine, okay? That is so easy to use. And we're going to have a snacky delivery system for everyone during the live stream. So you can just, distribute to everybody. It's going to come. Be patient, Sue. Susan says, going before I fail the exam. Night, everyone. Night to you, Susan. And have a lovely, lovely rest. Lucy says, I love to have supper. You have stitched so much, Yogi. Do you think? It's hard to tell because I'm kind of just moving around this pie here. That's great. So you can tell the difference. I can't. I have no idea what happened on my fabric. I'm just stitching. Heather says baking soda is bicarbonate, yes, bicarb, of the soda and needs an acid to add it to rise. Yes, baking soda. Powder includes acid, usually cream of tartar. Okay, so that's it. Yes, I was aware of the chemical reaction of the two elements. And that makes sense because once you know that's what's happening, you know why you're adding baking powder versus baking soda, right? And they're not vastly different. They just, baking powder is a blend of baking soda. Because a lot of people are probably wondering, why do you need to add powders that doesn't seem to be doing anything? But yes, it does. It does do something. Marsha, hello. Good morning. Marsha says, just waking up here in Australia. Hi, everyone. Yogi, this pie is just gorgeous, isn't it, Marsha? And waking up to this delicious pie. Very nice. I know we've been talking about baking for the last hour. One, two. So there's definitely a bit of a cherry jam happening here. Lucy says it looks so good, reminds me of my grandma's pies. I know. It's a good old-fashioned baking, you know, really hearty pie, nothing fancy, but delicious. Elandria says there's a magician entertainer on YouTube. You should Google Carbonaro. Carbonaro candy printer. Well, what a name. He's so clever. Right. And he does great things with candy. So is he a cook? Like some sort of chef? With candy? See you later, busy mom. Great to have you. Oh, Marsha. Picture it, okay? Marsha says, I'm going to walk the beach and listen to the stream. Yes, just like walk outside, there's beach. I walk outside, we have drunk people, okay? And maybe some cars, so you probably get run over. A different lifestyle. As I say, I would like to have a smell of vision. Well, once, you know, even better, you know, just like, you know, someone suggested that we're going to have a delivery system. You know, things just materialize in front of you. It's just a matter of time. Maybe the technology is here, but, you know, they're hiding from us because it's too good. Lucy, I know. Different, slightly different lifestyle, okay? Some people walk outside, you know, beautiful beach. And some people walk outside, they get, you know, attacked by drunk people. No, they do not attack you. They just stumble. And, I mean, things get very lively in the weekends where I live here. Because the high street, you know, the main street area is just full of restaurants and bars. You can always tell the lifestyle of the local people just by looking at what type of shops they have on a main street. So some areas you go, you might have some really wholesome, you know, craft shops, maybe some, I don't know, different type of shop, clothes shops or whatever. Over here, they're all restaurants, burger shops, bars, nightclubs, that kind of area. So you get a glimpse of how local people live. Kelly. Yes, Marsha is going to be fine, okay? Marsha, maybe wear some sort of a lifesaver as you walk on the beach, just in case. You know, we need the stitches here. We need to keep the numbers up, you know? The Mickey Muse says, I love how you pronounce cream of tartar. How would you pronounce it? Is it not cream of tartar, like tartar sauce? How would you say it? And I don't know what tartar is. I'm just saying it. Why is it called tartar sauce? What's tartar? Well, a lot of words, we just say it without knowing. We just accept that's just the way it is without questioning it. So Marsha and Lynn, they're scheming something. I have no idea. I missed something. Solar says cream of tartar is a powder. It stabilizes meringue. Not sure how, but what is it? How do you get it? Where is it coming from? Why is it called tartar? Janine says you do kind of say tartar funny. Janine, how would you say it? How would you say tartar sauce? What? Janine says we say tartar. You're kidding? Why is it tartar? It's tartar. Look at the spelling, Jeannie. You can't just improvise. It's called tartar. Tartar. Oh, you guys just making things up as you go along. Lucy is saying the same. Lucy says the northeast part of the US we say tartar. It's tartar. It's tartar sauce. Oh, it's a thing. It's from the tartar tree. Come on, Kelly, you're making it up. You're pulling our leg. Kelly says, I think it's from the tartar tree. There's no such a thing as tartar tree. What's tartar tree? It's not tartar. Amanda says we also don't put emphasis on the second syllable. Instead of tartar, it's more like tartar. Tartar sauce. I wouldn't know what that is. So cream of tartar. Oh, I'm so confused. No, tartar and tartar. Marsha, how would you say it? Come on. Lynn says, Yogi, Marsha went to school with Lynn Kershaw. Two of us. Yogi, run. What? With you? Marsha went to school with you? Or someone has got the same name? So how many Lynn Kershaw in the world right now? Dear, oh dear. No, it's tartar sauce. It's always tartar sauce. I've never heard people saying tartar sauce. Potato. And Central Plain Garden says tartar. No, now you're getting me saying tartar. No. Tartar is used in sneaker-doodle cookies. It's hard despite spelling. You know, I might have it in my cupboard, but I never use it. It's just one of those ingredients. Sometimes, you know, when you do baking, it says, yes, add some sort of cream of tartar, but I don't know what it is. Yes, Lynn says tartar sauce. Tartar sauce. Laurie says, I say tartar. Yes. Marsha says tartar sauce. Tartar sauce. Dear, oh dear. Oh, Allison's, we says tartar. Tartar sauce. But it's still not not tur, tartar. I say tartar sauce. Yes, Lynn. Lynn is with me. Yes. If I go to a shop and say, can I have some tartar sauce? They just look at me funny. They go, what? You want what? Yes. But tartar sauce has nothing to do with cream of tartar, I'm sure. Yes, exactly, Marsha. I won't be able to pronounce, tartar ever again. I wouldn't know what I'm saying. Okay, I'm going to come up with another word, okay? It's a challenge for you. What is the most controversial word you can come up with from American friends? Yes, exactly. So I need to know what tartar is. Lynn says, on my bottle, it says tartar, one word. Yes, it's supposed to be one word. Oh, is it herb? Is it a plant? But what is that to do with tartar sauce? Because tartar sauce is like kind of mayo, sour mayo with some sort of pickly bits, pickles on the inside and some herbs probably. Normally you put like gherkins, chopped gherkins and mix with mayo. I don't know. What? So tartar sauce, it's got E at the end? No, it's got TAR. I've never seen one with E at the end. I wouldn't know what it is. And the powder is different. The cream of tartar is different. Lynn says, Yogi, does your chair need oiling? Something is creaking. Yes, it's my chair. And my floorboard is creaking as well. Yes, my chair is getting to that age and usage. They're starting to make noises involuntarily. I know. You're not imagining it. It is my chair. Well, luckily, it's not Yogi, okay? Imagine if I made that kind of noise. Yes, normally tartar sauce, you would, probably fish is the most common. What else can you use it? You can probably use it for some sort of fritter, kind of rich food. Not rich food. Sometimes fried food comes with tartar sauce as well. Grace is not mayo. Mayo is mayo. Is it going to be like that today? Hey? Oh, yes, that is true, Sue. That's a very good example. This doesn't make sense, guys. Our beautiful American friends or North America, I don't know about Canada, whether they say it the same way, but you know, herb. Look at the spelling, H-E-R-B. And for some reason, our beautiful American friends, they insist on saying herb. It's just weird, okay, guys? Stop it. It's herb. It's got an H. All right? Just saying. Oh, I'm going to get so many hate mails. I'll probably get banned from YouTube very soon. It's herb. Yes. Oh, Lynn, yes, exactly. Lynn says, you have tartar sauce with scampi. Yes, any kind of fritter type of food. Yes, scampi would be very good. Some sort of, anything fried with breadcrumbs probably works. No, that's tartar. Yes, bye. Tartar. The tartar sauce. Different, Ginny. And Lucy says, yes, mayo, gherkins is tartar sauce pushed with fish. And maybe some vinegar or something lemony inside. Amanda says, if I can do 3 more lengths of floors before the end of the stream, I'll hit 1,500. Amanda. 1,500. All right. The race is on. Amanda, it's you and me, okay? We're duking it out. And at the end, we're going to compare notes. Let's see who does more stitches, okay? Kelly says, Herb is a dude. What? What? Crafty Tabby says, Herb is my uncle. Herb is a spice. Herb is uncle? Herb is a thing? What? Herb is not a spice. Herb is herb. It's sort of plants. Spices are spices, I think. Laurie says it's herb in Canada. It's herb, right? See, Canadian people, they're so sensible. They spell traveling with double L, and they pronounce herb. Okay, there you go. There's sanity in the world. Oh, I'm so relieved. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? 1, 2, 3, 4. Amanda says herb with a H sound is the name of a man. Really? There are people in America called Herb? Oh, my sincere condolences. Yes, why would it? So it's a name, male name. Is that what you're saying? Herb? I've never come across a herb. Yes, Marsha says Aussie says herbs in the garden. So herbs are from the garden. Janine says, but how do you say better? Do you make it kind of silent? In fact, they're there. No, it's better. Well, to be honest, depends on where you are. So if you talk about London accent, right? Cockney, they say better. So it's not the same as America. American, I think, I'll try, okay? Do not be offended. I think it's better, right? American says better. So it's a very soft T. And in British, it's better. But some people say better, like skip the T. But that's different. Yes, so there are many variations. I think T is generally pronounced. Carter, yes. So T is generally quite audible. And see you later, Sue. Amanda, I doubt it. I doubt it. But what about Alison? What about in Scottish? Is T pronounced, right? It's probably just come out differently. Because I knew someone really well. He was from Glasgow. I know Glasgow has got, its, accent of its own. But yes, I actually had to listen very carefully when he spoke, because Glasgow accent is quite difficult to digest if you're not used to it. Crafty's uncle is called Herb. It's a real name. And the spelling is the same as herb. So how do you tell the difference? Whether you're talking about your uncle or you're talking about herbs. Coriander. Yes, Laurie Clark says spell color. I know, you just have to skip, you for some reason. It's not hard. It's there for free. You can put it in. And Tracy says, we are weird in America. I agree. I can see things being thrown to the screen. And she says, my husband and I watch a lot of British shows and we figure we've been saying everything wrong forever. Oh, there you go. That's there is hope, okay? When there is a, recognition there is hope. Oh, Herbert. Yes, I have seen people called Herbert, but it's not Herb. Herbert is a word. I have seen that. And it's short as herb, as coriander. So it's a short of Herbert. So it's not herb. You can imagine. I just named my child, Chives. Alandra says, I read somewhere that American spellings came about because telegrams at the time were charged by the letter. Oh, so it was common to drop unnecessary letters, like a U in colors. Is that so? So it's a but surely, even if they skip those words because of telegrams, people know. People probably knew how they're supposed to be spelled. But how do you give them? But why would you drop the sound of H when it comes to herb? You still spell them. You spell the word the same way. You just skip an H. Is the sound cost money as well? You know, if you say her, then they charge you extra $5. Solar says it's like peaches and herb. So when you say Herbert, it's pronounced herb, right? Not herb. I'm not aware of those characters. Yes, if it's a short of something, then, you know, it probably makes sense. But you know what doesn't make sense? Isn't Bob the short of something totally different? Is that Bob short of, is it Charles or something? I can't remember. And I kind of wonder why. It's just like totally different. Where does that come from? Oh, Andrea says, for years I was American writing British English for Asian workers under Russian and Romanian engineers. Well, that's a very complicated relationship. And Grace, Grace says yes. If Crafty's uncle was in the garden, it would be very confusing. Yes, you go, herb. Oh, I just harvested some herbs. And the uncles are saying, harvested what? That's my name. Because I say I need to get some herbs like cilantro. Oh, double trouble. It's herbs and cilantro. It's coriander. And Ginny says, interesting, how did American lose English accent? Always wonder, being I'm 98% English. But you know what I heard? Because Irish accent might have some something to do with it, because there are a lot of Irish people went to America, didn't they? So and if you listen to Irish accents, sometimes if you don't listen very carefully, some Irish accent sounds very American. It's got that sound that's quite pronounced. So maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know about the spelling. I don't know how herb ended up being herbs. See, I stopped stitching because I'm so engrossed with what you're saying there. Seriously, my hands literally just stopped. Michelle says, Martha Stewart says, herbs purposely with H sound. I thought she was so pretentious. No, she was just pronouncing the word as it is. There's an H there, Michelle. You can keep it, okay? It's free. Nito says, hi everyone, Yogi's your accent pure British. What is a pure British accent? Well, accent is complicated. Right, okay. Bob is for William. Yes, that's right. Why? You know, Bob would be short of... Is it short of Robert? If it's short of Robert, it probably makes more sense, even though it still sounds very different. But William, why? Richard, oh, I'm confused. I'm really confused. Bill is William. Okay. Yeah, why? I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think, you know, Herb is your uncle. Ah, Alandra says, my granddad was Jack my whole life. When he passed, I found out that his name was actually John. What? I have no explanation. Yeah, just random, isn't it? Right. Crafty says my uncle Herbert was German descent. Maybe it's a German name. I don't know. Herbert. Wouldn't surprise me. Right. So it's probably Alison's is probably middle name. I know. Who knows? It's a mystery. Grace says my uncle's name was Richard, and we call him Dick. Yes. I think people just have either nicknames or God knows what. Oh, wow. So it's 12:30. So let's have a look. This is going to be my last color here. So Bob is short of Robert. And Bill is short of William. And what is for Richard? Is it Dick? I don't know. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Whatever. All right, I'm going to do just one more stitch. Okay, literally, I stopped stitching. Okay, I am going to end this stitch right here. All right. There you go. So a little bit of a cherry jam stitching going on here. And let me just show you what I've done today. Well, there you go. Cherry pie, okay? A giant cherry pie here. Beautiful. So Saturday is a pie stitching Saturday today. And I think it's going quite well because I literally just, you know, stitch from the edges. So it's really hard to tell how much I have stitched. So today will be interesting. And mini cross country, you know, throughout. And fixing my chart at the same time because, you know, some of them either marked and shouldn't be marked, or vice versa. So slightly messy situation here, but I will fix it as I stitch. And Ginny says my husband's name's Richard. He goes by Rick. This is just random. I don't know. Can you call him, I don't know, Rupert or something? Totally random because there's no rules. Yes. Lucy says, Yogi, I think we slow you down with his names. I know, I'm so confused. And, but this is what I've done today. I'm very happy. And this piece is just delightful to stitch and a lot of delicious items on here, and really fun as well, like this one. And so I hope you enjoy. Yes, Ginny says looking really good. Thank you so much. And so I am going to share my stitch count with you. And I don't know how well I'm doing today. I'm hoping not too bad. And I would be totally thrilled if it's anywhere close to 200. I don't know, maybe not even that, because I wasn't, you know, super fast today. And so I'm going to count down. Let me show you my app here. And I'm going to count down for 3, 2, and 1. Boom. Oh, there you go. What did I say? Okay. And my app is working, it's updating. What a relief. So the grand total of stitches Yogi has done today, while being really confused by the chat, is 255 stitches. Yeah, way more than I thought. I was thinking maybe 175, something like that. You know, that's close to 2 blocks. But this is two and a half blocks. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And let me just pause this right here. And percentage-wise is still under 10%. Oh, but hang on, guys. Full transparency, okay? So today I had to mark and unmark some stitches that either I have done or not have done. You know what I mean? I had to fix my chart. So maybe some stitches are coming from that. Okay, just I want to be totally honest with you. And so maybe the stitch count would be slightly lower because I had to mark a few stitches. Okay, and so here we go. But either way, around 200, right? So I hope you enjoy today's stitching. And we're going to meet again tomorrow, hopefully. And take care of yourself. And happy Saturday, if it's still Saturday for you, and or maybe happy Sunday. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Night night, everyone. Bye bye.